Welcome back everyone to Kingless Chronicle. Last time the party got up to some shenanigans in the capital of King's Landing itself. Some of them had some interactions at the Bard College, and then they had a very nice dinner where they just kind of bonded as a party and had some nice little interactions. All around a more relaxing, more character-driven session. This session, we're picking up on the next morning after that. There's, I believe, this is their second day that they have at the tavern in King's Landing, actually. For a moment, I was like, wait a minute, you did spend a night at taverns, but no, that didn't count as the first day. I had to double check my notes there for a moment. So as, after waking up in the morning, having finished your dinner, you find that Eleanor is already prepared and ready to go. She's just waiting on y'all. She noticeably seems to have no hangover. You can also see that Ophelia is just chilling in the Adventurers Guild at the moment. Assuming that you rested at the Adventurers Guild because it was fairly late. If you didn't, then and you made your way back to the tavern in King's Landing, that's fine as well.
Who are you?
Tulio is, he's sitting with his chair crooked back, a straw hat tipped down over his head, feet on the table, just relaxing, essentially. Dorm's nowhere to be seen at the moment, though.
Oh, some breakfast, I suppose. Oh, I'll just sit down. Then, no. I was just begin the day as saying, well, Mr. Farmer, has she lost any fingers during the night?
Luckily not. Seems like the bandages are keeping everything together.
That was good to hear, then.
Eleanor gives you a nod, Gildos. Good morning, Gildos.
Good morning, Eleanor. Seems like you had a good night.
Yes, I see you slept quite well.
That's good to hear. Now then. Oh yeah, I do still need to clean the, dishes I borrowed, but
As
yeah,
you as you think about the dishes borrowed, you just see Ilos come over. He gives you like a little salute, and he just has a little crate in his arms. When he saluted, he bounced it on the palm of his hand, and you can just see that all the dishes are clean.
aha. Good initiative, Aiolos.
Thank you, Master.
Well, so suppose the plan today is, well, we're visiting your residence, correct?
Yes.
Look to Eleanor.
I'm ready to go already. Just waiting for you and Alon.
Alon probably
Oh.
shows up not too long from now.
I'm very much ready now that Aiolos did the dishes.
Ah, Delon.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
The dish is already clean. Excellent. Then we should probably get started then.
Do you wish to have some breakfast?
Oh, I can always stop for a little later. I think it's best that we get started early.
I mean, we could always get something on the go, really.
True. We could get some small pastries when we're in town. Munch on them a bit while we're heading up that way.
Excellent.
Bub requires his chicken nuggets.
Bub requires his pigs in a blanket.
Mommy, my candies.
Yeah, basically.
With
Mommy, my
with the
piggies.
with the bacon.
Bob strikes me as the kind of person who would demand pigs in a blanket if he was having a tyrannical episode. Kobolds, bring me pigs in a blanket! That they bring him
Kobolds literally
actual
like
piglets
pigs.
wrapped in a blanket.
Not
No, you
like
fools.
this.
Ah,
Alrighty. Seeing that you're ready to go, Eleanor rises from the table and gives a little nod to Ophelia and a smaller, more curt nod to Tulia. Keep out of trouble. Don't worry. I'm gonna keep an eye on the little lady so she doesn't go wandering off. There will be no trouble. I will stay here. Eleanor gives a nod and begins heading out the door. As you all walk through King's Landing's little farming areas, it's pretty relaxed. Most of the farmers have already out in the fields at this time. The main difference that you can always tell when you're in King's Landing is that it seems like the sun is always shining. It's almost never has bad weather, almost completely temperate at all times. Perfect farming weather. And everyone just seems to mostly go about without a care in the world. They're all very peaceful, very happy.
Yeah, it must be nice.
Mm-hmm.
We have to worry about is the high taxes, I guess.
Basically.
most families can't afford to live in the city itself.
True, they live out in farmlands, usually owned by lords, and work the fields,
Mhm.
so they don't have to pay as much. But alrighty, you make your way through the farming areas to the city wall. The Templars kind of check you for a moment before letting you in. Eleanor leads you through and heads through the market square, and once you get to... She leads you past, she spends about 5 gold to get a few pastries. She hands them out.
Mhm.
She begins heading up towards the second tier of the city, and when she stops briefly and points up, we're going to that section. I believe that I'm gonna have to do something, however. Eleanor looks left, looks right, walks into an alleyway, and she just gestures you both to like stand in front of the alleyway.
Get mugged before the.
For some reason, I guess I copied the wrong token. Whatever,
Yeah,
it'll be fine.
it's okay. We know she's white now.
Who is? Eleanor?
She goes to her drow form to her high elf form.
Right.
Yeah.
She reaches into her
makes
person
sense.
and takes out a potion. She drinks it, and you see her form shimmer as her hair changes and her proportions change ever so slightly. Notably, she's still wearing mostly the same garb. She gives herself a once over, kind of brushes her hair a little, and then gives a nod. Alrighty then.
You're starting to get strangely accustomed to switching back and forth to this forms.
Is it so strange? I am me regardless.
I agree.
I've already forgotten what your original form looks like.
I agree. It just seems a bit different than putting on and off clothes.
I honestly don't see it as any different than simply changing an outfit.
Well, we've been doing
Transforming
that
is
for a long-
glorious.
Is it so
Been doing
different
that
from...
a few times, I assume, already before we met. So
Yes, I'm quite accustomed to it. And it's not that much different than Bub changing into, say, a bear or an elk.
As you wish.
Eleanor gives a nod, and you see her walk over, leading the way. She gestures for you and Gildas and Bub to basically walk a little to her left and right, but a little behind her, so that basically you're her entourage. And she walks over to leads you to the third tier of the city, and then when she gets to the wall of the third tier that leads to the fourth, you're stopped by Templars. Halt. This is the Noble District. Any further pass here requires papers and registrations. I understand that. Eleanor reaches into her person and retrieves a piece of paperwork that has a crown symbol on it, as well as an Asterium crown symbol on it, along with a chrysanthemum flower. Basically 3 different stamps. She shows it to the Templars, who retrieve it from her, and quickly nod and stand Ranrob straight and salute. Ma'am! Yes, I understand. I do not visit often. You are more than forgiven for your brief slight. Please let me through, and I think we can let all of this slide. Yes, ma'am, your paperwork is more than in order. And are you bringing your guests up to the estate? Only briefly. I just need to retrieve something before I head out again. I left it here last time I was here, you see, and I need to retrieve it. Understood. Do you wish for a guide, a guarded guide to your estate? That will not be necessary at all. Thank you, though. Templars give a firm nod, and you see as a Templar from behind the wall unlocks the door with some sort of magic, and the gates open. Well then, let us away.
So,
As they pass the Templars, DeLon gives a brief nod to both of them and a wink.
You hear, as you walk by one of them, you hear a mumble, brown-nosing with the nobility, are we?
so if we get further in, I'll say out loud, to other directions, say 50,000. Tell me how close I am.
To what?
50,000.
To what?
Well, I'm just trying to guess. The price of the estate.
Oh, no, you're far off.
The one thing.
100,000.
Still too low.
Too low.
I'm actually gonna roll history as a noble to guess how much this district alone would cost. Any house.
500,000.
24.
Now you're in the right ballpark. Lana, you know that most of the estates in this section of King's Landing are 300,000 minimum.
DeLon nods. Well, considering you're from high estate, from a high family, from Asterium no less, considering your previous estates being, I'm going to guess yours is probably. How further along are we going to walk into the this section? Curiously.
Very close to the wall that leads to the 5th layer, but we're not going to the 5th tier. My family chose not to purchase that as it was gaudy.
DeLon blinks at that.
You know the 5th tier is the last tier before the castle.
Right. DeLon's
750.
yeah, that's about right.
That's about accurate. Though the
DeLon
value
nods.
of the estate has gone up since.
So, if there's, you see it ever so slightly changed and killed his complexion from white to whiter.
Mhm.
Oh, the Ronaldian man turned even paler than before. No.
Yeah. DeLon nods, seeing Gildas' expression. I am in agreement, old sport. Any house alone in this district, bare minimum is at least 300,000 gold.
That's
the
precisely
lowest.
true. That one there, for instance, that's a very nice estate. She says nice estate, but it's basically a mansion with at least 4
Mhm.
floors. That one would run about 350,000. And assuming that you would have staff after that, it would run at least 500,000 yearly to maintain.
Yeah, I thought. My lifestyle and all that. I was well off. But you just buy a house. That's worth most likely what I can get through maybe 10, 20, 50 lifetimes. Yeah, more than one.
If you became a master forgeman for a royal family member or some high noble, they would pay you remarkably well, as you'd be forging on their side, and you wouldn't have as much say.
Maybe, but
Mm.
what would I even do with that money anyway?
Well, most of
Welcome
it would
to my
probably be bought
family's
with material.
quarrel. The most superficial of quarrels of all, she says while taking a right turn down a small walkway.
Mhm.
Lon, you know that this section is the section that is basically the upper nobility of King's Landing, the upper crust, but not the highest tier.
So Delon's actually going to stop in his tracks and kind of like not really move too much further. As if like taking in a few breaths.
She pauses,
wrong.
turns on her heel, and looks at you. Come now, we're almost there.
I know. I'm just.
Oh. Getting anxious now.
Well, as you said, Gildas, pale as a sheet before realizing the amount of money. It's one thing to see it and know it, but this is the furthest I've ever gone. I've never gone past this point.
I
Ah.
see. Eleanor takes a few steps closer to you and points in the distance. Do you see that wall there? The one with the slits for arrows and the small. It looks like a small little castle within within this very walls. Right there.
Delon nods.
That's where
I
we're
do.
heading.
Like, oh god, like Delon's like, roll perception. If y'all want, you don't have to.
You can roll. Oh, you want me to roll perception?
Yeah, sure. By
Oh,
all
okay,
means.
okay. I thought you were
think it's-
saying you were about to roll it.
No,
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Yeah, no, I can see it from the distance. There's no need. The line's just like,
20.
yeah, it's pretty obvious. Like, he's hiding it as best he can, but it's pretty obvious that like the moment she says his castle, that's in the walls, on the way to the king, main surface of the kingdom, is just like his eyes immediately widen and his hand grips on his sword pretty tight.
Come now, you wish to see it.
I do, of course. Yes. Of course. Yes. Let's keep going. And he just immediately just moves forward. His head a bit down, as if not looking at it.
You just see her give like a sheepish, very awkward little smile and take a few steps forward to lead the way again.
Just imagine there's like 5 more floors after that. Should lessen the impact. I mean, come on.
So she leads you over, and eventually you reach a stone wall that is like a mini castle wall. It even has like a small little like moat-like part inside and around the area. You can see some trees poking up from behind the wall, and it's basically a small miniature little castle inside the walls of King's Landing.
Do you have a garrison in there?
We have enough for a personal guard, but we've never really staffed it.
Mm-hmm.
Father believes the Templars are more than capable of performing such duties. I believe we
Agreed.
have at least 500 rooms, at least 10 floors, a basement that's multi-layered, so it goes down 3 floors beneath the estate, and we have a front and back garden, as well as multiple sitting areas to the left and right within the walls.
You said that so naturally, matter of factly, even. It's like, oh yes, we have 500 rooms. Oh god, what? You have a map, a plan, so we don't get lost.
Just
What we
stick
look
by
for.
me, we won't be going and exploring all over, we're just going to a handful of rooms.
Sounds like a nightmare to clean.
Oh, we have staff for that, don't worry. They're excellent workers.
I'll be the judge of that.
That's fair. That's fair with Bob. I'll be the judge of that.
So Eleanor approaches the gate, which you can practically see as like a little pearly gate in front of, with the stone walls on either side of it. She pauses about 3 feet from the gate, raises up her hand, takes off her glove, and you see that her focus glows briefly. And you see that a small shimmer goes over the area where her hand was just on. She then walks a little forwards and touches her hand to the gate. The gate shimmers and opens. Now then, let us away. She leads you into the castle little walls here, and it's the first thing you see is that there is a cobblestone walkway leading up to the miniature little castle here. You can also see that it is flanked by beautiful gardens with trees, and just it looks like a little forested area inside the walls itself. You can also see King's Landing banners going down the little front door of the keep's walls. You can see 3 different banners. A banner of King's Landing, a banner of Asterium, and a banner that has the chrysanthemum flower on it.
Your mother probably had a hand in those gardens, didn't she?
Oh, absolutely. She demanded it. Father was a bit against it. He thought that putting so much money into making a small little moat and putting this many trees from Asterium here was excessive, but she demanded it. She said that it would raise the property value, which is how she got him to do it.
I see.
With the
Well,
stipulation that all plants inside must be potted or not naturally growing, but must be growing from the pots or vases within.
Well, a little bit of greenery doesn't hurt. It's so white up there. I don't know how people do it without, becoming blind. Especially with all that sun in King's Landing.
It's quite a
Nothing,
beautiful place.
I want to talk. I mean, you see the snow most of the year. Yeah. It's not as sunny though.
She pauses
7.
before opening the door and gestures to her left. Over this way, we have a beautiful outside courtyard where we have multiple benches and chairs for sitting, as well as basking in the sunlight and beautiful greenery. And it is also where my mother would take some of her companies that they might discuss business outside. To the right here, we have the courtyard where father once trained me in some rapier work, as well as where I studied some magical craftsmen from some personal tutors that he hired from King's Landing. Additionally, that is where if we did have personal guards on staff, they would train to keep themselves fierce and in shape. I believe in the back, if you keep heading down that right path, heading further into the back of the estate, you'll find a small little barnyard where I believe we have at least 3 horses, about 20 chickens, I believe at least 3 pigs, and 2 cows.
Delon's actually just gonna say that. For what purpose?
Self-sufficiency.
You know,
Wait. Go ahead.
you don't have chicken in your house?
I mentioned chickens.
He was like,
Well, no, it was like, dirty to darling.
Delon nods. He goes, "Yes, but chickens need to be maintained properly, and pigs and all these livestock they require land and necessity in such an area as King's Landing. To have livestock into the city itself is a massive privilege, and requires its own documentations and fees, and just getting the food up these steps to there would cost and."
Darling, we're inside this castle within a castle, whatever, and you still asking questions like that instead of taking for granted that yes, she has livestock in a domain, because why not?
The nobility is really wealthy. They can pay people to do stuff.
This
Hey,
is beyond nobility.
well, it is, but well, I don't even know what to say anymore.
Yeah.
You have me beaten and all.
Quick check. Is King's Landing the biggest city in the world?
Yes.
King's Landing is the biggest city in the world. If it didn't have its own impressive stuff, I would be disappointed. After all, compared to the land that elves live in, it's rather gravelly.
Are you talking about like the way it is gravelly in the way that there's a lot of stone around, or gravelly is
Yeah.
the way it...
Gravelly.
Delon points out most of this is marbled efficiently from the mines around side of King's Landing. It was found that this place had been so wholly ordained that we just have such an amass of it that there's even a fascinating magic that uses it, that we can transform the marble. Quite skilled workers are able to do so with a bit of magic and tool work without destroying the mineral possible. That's why it can be so well founded and shaped accordingly. The process takes time, but saves us so much on the amount of resource. Just guessing. Yeah, that's fair. Delon is.
And good on those men to make the things like these. Not every day you can see that. Of course. It's not the Hall of Heroes, but
Oh, I can't wait to go there. I've been wanting to go there since session 1.
we've been there, but yeah, I think you weren't there during the session. With
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was a very brief visit. Yeah.
We met Darius specifically at the Hall of Heroes the
Yeah.
first time. And Delon went in explaining the Hall of Heroes, but I don't think Bub was paying attention.
No, I don't think I
could've-
was there.
It could have
'cause
been
I'm
one of
pretty
the
sure I was
sessions
there.
that he wasn't there for yet.
Oh,
Because I
that's
remember
true, he
there
might
was
have been.
something around that time where he had something he was doing.
Why don't you
Yeah,
ask
because
Delon if you really want to go to the Hall of Heroes? He'd be happy to take you.
I want to get this arc over with.
Eleanor just gestures
go
to
after.
the front door, though.
Mm-hmm.
Let us head in, though. As she approaches the front door, you do see that the door suddenly opens, and a butler gives a small bow. My lady, your arrival is unexpected. Oh yes, I had left something here and I wish to obtain it. I will not be long. Shall I obtain it for you to save you the time and effort? No, that is not needed. You know how particular I can be. Oh, I understand the particularities of your family quite well, my dear. Well then, if If you need anything, simply ring one of the bells, and you will come running. Of this I have no doubt. Indeed, madam. Then he gives another low bow and holds the door open for you. My traveling companions will be coming with me. Will I need to hire the staff to clean up the mud that they trudge inside you? No need. I assure you that we are all quite clean, and they are all of regal bearing. Understood, madam. You can tell that the butler is not of King's Landing, but he is a human.
Pause.
Yeah, he's from Nebulum. Can hear it in his voice.
You can hear it in his voice.
Either Nebulum or Asterium.
One of the two,
One of the
probably.
One of the two.
Both places you're not too keen on, apparently.
He's more.
Those
I think Gildas is-
Asteriums associate with the Nebulum, so they're guilty by association. Says
Yeah.
Gildas.
Asterium is like a mixed bag. Like, he had like no real opinion of it before. But how it's like, yeah, there's some good, but the problem is you just take the bad things from the elves and like exacerbate it in a way. So it's alright in some places, but
Yeah.
Eleanor leads you further in. You see the butler close the door behind you all as he just gives a small little bow and makes his way out again. You do see that there are some staff just cleaning and maintaining some things. It seems that the place is always pretty busy, even if they're not here.
Hmm.
Bub, as a hard worker yourself, you can tell that the whole place is spick and span. Very well maintained, very well taken care of. Even the potted plants inside are blooming and beautiful.
Is there any magic involved?
There's minimal magic involved with the staff.
Mm-hmm.
Seems to have been, they hired actual people for this and didn't just use Fae.
They use a skilled botanist.
Respect. I'm assuming we're inside now.
Yes.
What is it? What does it look like?
yeah.
It is a very large foyer with, two hallways on the left and right, a stairwell that goes straight up to the second floor, like in the opening area. The stairs part, and there is a door in the middle of the stairwell before they meet again in the center. And that door seems to lead further into the estate somewhere. You can also see large banners on the walls. You can see some suits of armor. Delon, most notably, there are suits of armor of many different ages and many different countries. It seems that whoever owns this place is a fan of collecting artifacts of war and history.
Yeah, let's nerd it out of our armors.
Mm-hmm. Delana looks over at some of the armors. My God, is that armor from the Second Age?
Yes, father is a collector.
A collector is one word. That one's from. My God, is that an original from a first age? That one from the third. Is that a proto Templar armor? When the Order was changing its armor form. How did he acquire that? I thought they were all pulled away.
It was a gift, actually. One of Templar gave it to him for, I believe, generous donations and assistance with Templar orders for several decades.
Oh my word!
I'm gonna take a look at them as well. Like,
If you're
Ew.
interested in some of that, right here, this is a blade from the first age. You can tell it's from the first age due to the quality of the blade here, as well as the craftsmanship. It was done before some of the modern smithing techniques were done, so the blade is a little strange. If I were to take it out of its case, you would find it's very top-heavy, but the blade is made with that in mind. It is more of a bludgeoning sword than a cutting one or piercing one.
I see. I wouldn't dare remove or even consider removing it from its case. It
Oh
needs to stay
no, I
exactly
wouldn't
where
wish
it
to
is.
explain it to Father either.
Oh my god, this room alone would have cost an absolute fortune. You just like see Delon rubbing his head. I don't know how much more my heart can take.
Well, then let us make this quick, shall we?
Obviously I haven't gotten to the expensive clothes. But yeah, Marshall, like, are there any, like, was it, like, specific markings? I'm, like, looking through most of the, like, ones from the last age to the current age. Like, just out of curiosity.
Are there
Of like the
any
techniques.
Like, anything, something familiar, like, it's something like, hey, we made those.
There is something that looks very similar to Ronaldian gear from about the second age, which would have been close to when it was founding. It's made with the what was classified as frost iron at the time, though it was later determined that it was a mix of an iron and kind of like another mineral, which created more of a blackish steel-like substance in a blade.
Uh-huh.
It looks very similar to the way that some of your family members have made some stuff in the past, though they haven't made it that way in forever.
I'm just looking for, like, a little markings to see if it's there or not. You never know.
Let's see. On the blade, it's a marking that's similar, but not your family marking at all. However, there is an
Aha.
armor that is made from the same metal that you can tell is heavy as can be. You can tell that the mannequin that was built to carry it is made a depression in the velvet in the case. It's the type of armor that you need to be pretty big yourself just to even wear without it just being completely cumbersome. In the let's see, in about like the collar area of it, you can see a very familiar mark. It's a lot of the older version, but it is one that looks very familiar.
You say it's from the second age, right?
Yeah.
You know, Leno, there's a chance my ancestor Midas made this.
Really? Father found
Come-
it in an auction actually, and he paid them more than what they were charging because he said, "You don't know what this is worth. I'll pay you triple, and I will take nothing less." And they bounced at the opportunity, eager to get rid of what they assumed was trash. Father assured them that it was no trash, and he was insulted that they considered it such.
Uh-huh.
Father doesn't shop
Now,
at that auction house anymore.
now, I said Midas, but there could be a few actual candidates, actually. Because, well, from what I can recall, a few of my ancestors actually did put that sign on the collar right there. But do you think we ran it there? That's interesting.
Fascinating. Father is he's a bit obsessive over war and histories of war and the munitions and arms and tactics of the time. Though you never guess it just by looking at the man.
Well, then maybe I should reevaluate him a bit. We have a talk one day. Phone over
Perhaps.
ancient weapons and all like.
Speaking to Father on actual war and weaponry is one way to get him to nearly never shut up. He'll show you his collection unprompted. Honestly,
Ah,
this
well,
whole foyer, his favorite thing to do is welcome you in, take you around to the gardens, show you everything outside, and then pause right at the front door and go, "Ah, but the real magic's in here. Allow me to show you my favorite area." And then introduce you to all of his collection. Though this is only a part of it, He put some of his favorites in the foyer, though. Mostly to entertain guests with, I believe. And he likes to show off his collection. He seems that there is no point in a collection if you keep it private. What's the point of collecting it all if you're not sharing the joy of it all with other people? Besides, these gears... What was his words? Ah yes. These gears deserve to be seen by my fellows who can appreciate them. They do not deserve to be holed away, never seen again. That would be a crime in and of itself.
I can respect that way of thinking.
Agreed. Honestly, this collection is already impressive. Let's make haste. I don't know how much more I can
Right.
just standing here, taking it all in.
It's quite
This
alright.
is worse than your room. This is worse than your room in the High Elf. Is it in the High Elf City?
I see
Yes.
those silken robes that are worth more than I can make in 10 years for one such item.
Well, I do believe that some people just charge a little more than what it's truly worth just because they know nobles will pay for it, but that's neither here nor there. And she turns again on her heel, leading you down the hallway.
That is called making a profit.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. Eleanor's not saying it otherwise, she's just saying.
Yeah, I know.
She leads you down a hallway and up some stairs to the 3rd floor. Then she leads you down another hallway. You can see that there's a lot of beautiful paintings and landscapes, as well as more armors and the like dotted around in the hallways. It seems that whoever has decorated this place has taken great pains to make every area possible an eye to behold. Not in a gaudy, overly showy way, but in a way that any room or any place in this building could just be like a moment of history, as if to make every space in here something to appreciate. Far cry and a change from some of the other more noble estates you've seen outside of this. This one's more down to earth, more rugged in a weird way, though still very ritzy.
Bring on the Ritz.
Eleanor then leads you to a different hallway that heads up some more stairs to the 5th floor. Alrighty, now we're in the family's personal living quarters. And if you feel a little lost along the way, that is as intended. Father wanted this part of the room, this part of the manor, to only be approachable from one location. As it is where we will reside, the rest is for any guests to wander as they please. The current living area you're standing in has 2 fireplaces, potted plants. It has large mirrors and a beautiful mural. You can also see a large tapestry along one wall. The tapestry is showing off a large-scale battle with dragons and liches as well.
I think we're just overwhelmed at this point.
Yeah, yeah, we're just kind of
It's
like,
oh, yeah. Just because this is the, like, say. So, well, the changing rooms, I suppose. I mean, I think.
This is
Delon
the living
pulls-
room. If we head further that way, that's my father's smoking room. In there you'll... Well, I believe it's better to show it than describe, because you won't believe me otherwise. This way.
There's more?
She briefly opens the door to the smoking room, and you can see that on the wall, is a dragon's head mounted on the wall.
Delon's jaw just opens.
Uh-huh.
He has a dragon's head mounted in his smoking room.
Yes, he's quite proud of it. He spent an exorbitant amount of money to get his hands on this.
Do I
Which
know?
one?
Yeah, which one? Which dragon?
The dragon is of a reddish color, though it's like a more darkish, very deep red.
Would Delon know on this? Or on the
Roll history.
Okay.
It also has a bit of a reflective sheen to it. A 12, okay.
Only a 12. Yeah.
That is good enough. This is a ruby dragon, likely from the Third Age.
Delon just is like, that's a ruby. Looks like a ruby dragon. The few that's ever been encountered and killed was in the Third Age. He just mounts it on the wall in his smoking, and it's beautifully preserved as well. You can still see the anger in its eyes as he's just smoking in a smoking room.
Precisely.
I need to sit down somewhere. I need to sit down.
It's quite alright. You could sit somewhere in here if you prefer.
I
Though
think
I
it's
think that
stuck.
you would not be able to relax if you were to sit with that on the wall staring back at you.
You're
you
just
like
gonna be
to sit in
stuck
the
here for
living
the
room
rest
for
of
a
the
moment?
campaign at this rate.
Yeah, I can't. Delon's
So-
like reaching his limit.
Maximum nerd out.
Would you
Well,
like
but
to
hey,
sit
you
in the
know,
living room with the fireplaces while I get the outfits?
No. I am a knight of King's Landing. I am fine. We need. Go ahead. I'll let you speak.
Thought it was just a quick in and out. Now, just giving us a tour. And just like you're just flaunting your money, Eleanor.
It's not my money.
Daddy's money.
But
Not
No,
yet.
basically,
you're
yeah.
right. You're right that it is not your money, but you sure do act like it's yours anyway.
Women.
Well, pardon me for being raised on this with this a diamond spoon in my mouth and getting quite accustomed to spending it and not truly feeling that it was that much of a big deal to
Right.
burn 3,000 gold on a dress.
Yeah, so
Forgive me
Bub,
for being born in the boonies, then.
But yeah, Bub folds his arms and says, "And you didn't have to work for any of it. Shameful."
Actually, that's not the case at all. I worked every day of my life to get even a single pittance of an allowance. I studied under tutors, I danced, I was given an incredibly strict and rigid upbringing. All of that was working, even from the age of a child. I worked towards my magical affinity, and I worked towards my alchemical prowess. Not to mention my mercantile prowess and my eye for the finer things. It was work, Bub, but it was a different kind.
Suspicious look.
Can he have
But he's considering her argument.
Can Bub have like his own unique stat called like the work stat? He can just roll that. He can roll
This
that.
game isn't based enough for that.
It's a work stat, and he rolls. Yeah, you're a hard worker.
In the game I'm designing, that could happen. But
Work. Delon actually is gonna pull out a sheet that he has. Like, yes, we need a suit. We need a suit for Gildas and I. We need one for snacks, so that it'll have to be a bit more tailored. And then we need a dress for you, and one more dress if I'm being honest.
That's quite alright. To lead you to the clothing rooms, let's see. Up that hallway to the left. Take a right, and the door with the gilded knocker on it. That is Father's room. In there you'll find take a suit that you quite like, alright, Delon and Gildas? Either one, honestly. He won't miss them. He has more than enough suits, and the ones he likes aren't here.
Delon actually like glances at the smoking room as well. No, he's like, my God, he even has a selection of articulate pipes. And is that just a Is this just a display case of all the different kinds of smoke he has?
Yes, he will personally sometimes allow others and guests that he quite enjoys the company of to partake with him. Many an hour has been spent in the smoking room enjoying the good smoke. You just see Eleanor roll her eyes.
Delon scratched his head. I'm sure Harkin would be amazed if he ever had the opportunity to be here.
Quite
Is it-
possible. He would likely enjoy all of this.
Yes, let's make haste. Delon's just rubbing his forehead at this point.
Oh, and the last point of entry over there is a blunderbuss that Father purchased from a dwarven craftsman. It's made of mithril, quite beautiful, but ultimately doesn't have the most firepower. It's a showpiece. Think of like a ceremonial suit of armor. It's a ceremonial blunderbuss.
Mm-hmm.
I'm mithril.
Because it's beautiful, reflective, doesn't corrode, and anyone will notice the bell of the blunderbuss itself, just at sight. It shimmers and shines. Unfortunately, the mithril is why it doesn't have a good enough kick to it. The metal doesn't work well in blunderbusses, apparently.
Most likely because of the heat. But
I think the fact that mithril is a light armor and made to not maintain a lot of kinetics is the very reason why it's not a very good blunderbuss.
a little bit of both.
A little bit of both, yeah, sure. Let's get this over with. Let's find it stuff.
Eleanor nods and leads you to the room that she mentioned that is her father's. Just go ahead and step on in. Again, find any outfit that you would prefer, and you can have it. Just don't take anything else, alright? I don't feel that I need to really worry about that, but I just wanted to say it just for the sake of it. I will return briefly with some potential candidates for bub and snacks. Mother had some outfits commissioned for if she had a son, and well, they're not really gonna get used regardless, so.
It actually makes Delon a little sad.
And I will retrieve some gowns. Delon, what kind of a gown are you looking for?
Delon actually hands her a piece of paper. I'm looking for something of this kind. He's like, I'm looking for a buttoned suit. Perhaps with a cowl on the side, something in the situation. I want the collars to be a bit cut, inlaid, but opened up, not a button to be strained there, so not to suffer around the neck. I want it about 2, 4, 6, 8, about 10 buttons on one side, 5 on the other. Long cut on the side so it flows to the hips, and then leaving a gentle cut across on the bow. For the additional, I would also prefer if it came with a 3-piece, so the third additional one came down to the hips, leaving a belt of silk. If it has an ascot or other accompanying features, that would be appreciated.
This is incredibly specific.
I think I can find something like that. Though it's not in this room. I'll be right back. You see Eleanor saunter off down the hallway somewhere.
Delon nods, says it to himself, and looks at Gildas. What? If you're going to get a good suit, you must be a bit specific. And the more I've been here, the more I'm pretty sure he'll probably have at least a dozen of those kind of suits. They're not that far off.
Here I am looking for just something that just catches my eye. I think could suit me. Now, don't know much about male fashion. Well, no, and a little bit. I didn't really like that bit. Maybe it's different in Asterium. Who knows?
I'm sure we'll find something to your liking here. I mean, Delon just looks everywhere.
Right. Let's get
500
lost.
rooms and 10 floors. I'm sure we'll find something.
Right. Let's get lost in the forest of suits.
Alrighty. So you make your way into the room that Eleanor mentioned was her father's room, and it is the definition of a military officer's room, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Nothing is out of place, nothing is misaligned. It's a very practical bedroom, and you can see that it's got a lot of personal effects, but they're all orderly, well-fashioned, and historical. You can see a rather large wardrobe with some outfits as well. The wardrobe has a lock on it, though it seems to be unlocked at the moment. And you can see another wardrobe, and each wardrobe has a number on it. And you can see on the wall there is a sort of a chart showing which wardrobe has what in it.
Mhm. Let's take a look at the chart, and then,
So the wardrobes are numbered 1 through 5. The first wardrobe has the word High Elvish. The second one says Wood Elf. The third says Ronaldian. The fourth says King's Landing Gloucester. And the fifth one says Asterium.
Ain't nothing for Nebulum. Ain't no occasion to ever go to Nebulum.
Basically.
Oh no, that you know what? It should have been hilarious. It should have been like that. There's a sixth wardrobe, and then it's like it's labeled Nebulum, and opens it up, and it's all anti-poisons and weapons, concealed weaponry and anti-poisons.
If you open any of them, you find garb that is of many different fashions, but all clearly from the point of origin that is listed on the wall. So he actually has suits in the style of Reynold, and many different styles of Reynold at that.
Yeah.
You
What do you
can
think?
tell that, additionally, whoever purchased all of these suits has an eye for detail, specifics, and each suit is distinct from the last and could be served for a different purpose. Clearly, whoever purchased them understood you must have a dress for every occasion.
Yeah. So you think with the selection, go this would head straight to the third one. But we'll actually stop at the second wardrobe first. See what's inside.
The Wood Elf.
Yeah.
So you see that there is some fairly practical garbs. The fabric is very thin, very breathable, though surprisingly modest. Though there is clearly a emphasis on comfort mixed with style.
Mm-hmm.
The colors are also decently bright, but not as bright as the High Elven colors that you'd seen at the High Elven Ball. They're more earthen brights than flowery brights.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of brown and green ensembles. Think like the Hobbit's attires kind of a thing.
Right. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, of course, we'll check the third.
Lots of the Ronaldian. I believe that was the third one, right? Ronaldian?
Fourth is King's Landing / Gloucester, and fifth is Asterium.
Yeah, okay. So in the Reynold one, a lot of it is furred coats or furred collared on coats, thick outfits, some decent leathery outfits, or if there is a comfortable, more regal looking attire, it is thick, and Gildas, you can tell whoever made this was a Ronaldian because the leather, while being beautiful and amazing, is clearly meant to be cut resistant.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially
Of course.
lower the impact of a stab, but not stop it. And it would keep you warm in the cold weathers of Reynold.
Right, almost just about what I expected, but honestly, I don't think we would be good for the ball. So, other than, spend some time looking at that, I'll just close the wardrobe and just go back to the second one, because I think going for something comfortable is the game there, because I mean, sure you would want the protection that the Ronaldo costume offers just in case, but we're already going on with like a chainmail ensemble anyway. So I think having something comfortable on top of that, like practical, complement the thing. Oh, it's really about the color. Like, yeah, green and brown isn't really something I want. So, I think,
There's also some beige and black ensembles, some maroonish, reddish, purple kind of garbs mixed with some either grays or whites or blacks. You can see a green and white ensemble in there as well. You can see a tan, like a sandy color mixed with some earth and brown.
oh,
So,
yeah, go ahead. actually.
no. Oh, I mean, you're saying that like the Ronaldian ones wouldn't kind of cut it. I think that'd probably be perfect for what you want to do, especially if they're introducing mithril or some kind of a lighter chain element to it. I think the wood elf thing, while that would be for comfort and everything, I don't know if it necessarily would fit the style Gildas is going for, but
Mm,
that's your choice, man. You do whatever you want. You have a lot of colors even within that anyway, so it's whatever. I'm sure
There
if
are
you
a
want
lot
some
of
if
different
there-
colored color sets and palettes
Yeah.
in the suits, kind of a thing. If there is a
really
specific
kind of
color
a
that
your
you
choice
want,
thing.
you could ask and see if it's there.
Mm-hmm.
right. I was just thinking, all the fur and leather might just be too heavy,
Fair enough.
True, King's Landing is a warmer climate. But what's a Rinaldian caring about comfort while showing up to a warmer climate?
Why not? Interesting. Why not combine? I mean, why not combine some things? You could have the fur on a collared coat, like not a full length coat, but at least like an additional coat that you kind of wear off your sides, but having a more kind of comfortable suit to along with that. So you'd only have fur, but along the ridges of your neck, or something along that. But everything else is good. I mean, nobody's telling you to go distinctly with this. You can be as creative as you want.
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose we can just combine two. I'll take two, like combine them.
See if they match. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
I mean, literally, it's basically whatever you want at this point.
Yeah. I think. I think I might, considering like the tribe colors I went, like I might go into like some kind of like earth and yellow, maybe a tan colors.
There's definitely some stuff like that, yeah.
Because I mean, I know the like Lauren Reynolds will show up like it'll be all black, so the opposite is like in like a lighter color, like white or tan.
Makes sense, that's a very Gildas move.
Like, yeah, definitely gonna take.
I think at that point, you'd have a white and tan kind of get up, and then having like a heavier red as like a coat would be a nice match, I think, or something like that.
Notably, a lot of the Rinaldian gear, the thicker leather parts, are coats that could be taken off, that you would wear over another ensemble.
Right.
They're multi-piece, so you could take one off or take something off with it, kind of a thing.
Let's do that then. Because I was thinking, yeah, it would be like some kind of red and white. So.
Sounds good.
I dig it.
Yeah, so I'll take the tan outfit from the elven wardrobe and some red. Not bright red, more like a subdued red,
Makes sense.
I think.
So like a more earthen red, clay-like maybe.
Yeah, to match the theme. Yeah.
Alrighty. As you're looking at some of them, you see the door open up, and Eleanor pokes her head in. Ah, good eye. That's an excellent coat, and that would look great on you if it were stretched a little bit and the fabric was readjusted here and there. Ah, Delon, Is this what you were looking for? And she just, in kind of like a ta-da kind of a way, suddenly whips something around the corner where she had her head poked to show off almost exactly what she wanted.
Delon's eyes widen a bit, and he nods fervently. Yes, that's exactly what I was looking for. Where'd you find it?
Oh, it was in one of the wardrobes in Mother's room. I knew that there's a few that she bought for Father that he was very against, but she wasn't going to sell them, so she kept them.
See, are you sure that it would be all right if I borrowed it then?
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, Mother would be more happy that it's getting used by someone that she thinks would appreciate it than it just sitting in a wardrobe all day.
Then, if that's the case, I'd be more than happy to accept. It looks like a marvelous suit.
See
And
Eleanor nod and kind of put it up on a small little rack, and she just claps her hands together with a smile. Marvelous. Now then,
I only wanted to go ahead. Yes.
let me ask you gentlemen a question.
Mm.
White, red, burgundy, and she just pulls out like one dress, then another over herself, then another kind of a thing, putting it over her current outfit.
White, burgundy, and what else?
White
White, red,
or
burgundy.
burgundy, yeah. White,
Thank
red,
you,
or burgundy.
sorry.
You're good. Noticeably,
Perfect.
each dress is different in style. The white one is very silken and almost sparkly, like a silvery, sparkly white dress. It would definitely shine on the ballroom floor, kind of a thing. The red one is like a nice red velvety dress, kind of a thing. The dress around the legs kind of parts, so if she were to twirl, they would create like a flowery effect. And the burgundy one is a lot less showy, more traditional, but still very beautiful.
Well, we'll see. Well, before I choose, kind of question. White, brown, or blonde?
What for?
I mean, you're asking what kind of dress you should wear. So, I'm asking, who will wear it?
Fair point. She thinks for a moment, kind of tapping her finger to her chin. I think I intend to show, as I've been traveling around for the most part. It feels most appropriate. Most have seen me in King's Landing as this, as you have all grown quite accustomed to, so I do not see the problem in showing up as that. Might be stranger for a wood elf or high elf to suddenly attend the King's Landing ball, especially if Darius sees me as, a drow woman.
He did comment way earlier on that he knew you weren't, and actually thought you had been cursed, and he was gonna cure you.
She knows.
That was funny.
Well then, if that's the case, hell, actually I'll give you mine so for all of them. Now, I think as you are right now, the burgundy outfit might fit the most. If you wear the wood elf, I think you should go with the red outfit. As for the last one, I think the white dress might be the best. Complement your hair, and gives a nice contrast to everything.
I do say that is quite an excellent summary. What about you, Delon? What do you think?
Vaughn thinks about it for a moment. Honestly, I don't have much issue with Gildas's suggestions. They mostly fit. Interchangeably, the only addition I might make is I think you would be complimentary in almost anything. Possibly the red as well in your sylvan form, I think the red would also add an extra texture. But I'm in mostly agreement in what he stated.
You see as Eleanor nods. Excellent. I wanted to pick 3 different styles and see which one you thought would work well as... You know, I do value your opinions on such things.
Weren't you the one who also told us that you've always been dying to be in a silken dress? One with
Eleanor
no
just
frills.
makes like a looking away kind of face, just like a
Alright,
Did I say that?
that's what I thought.
Oh, so it'll be a nice change for the leather all day. Well, they're mine, but
Come now, it's not every occasion you get to bust out the silken dresses. Those are for very special occasions, and not all the time do you get to attend them.
Oh, I mean, this will be the last kind of ball like this I will attend. Before, just go back to our usual selves. Hello. Hike up on the road. Go back to our houses. Live comfortably.
Indeed.
Away from the nobles and the worries. The panic habits. Yeah. Well, have you got anything for Bub and snacks?
Yes, actually. You see her pull in like a small little cart where you can see she's been having the gowns folded on top of. She picks up 2 little suits, holds them one in each hand. I think this one would work well for Bub. It has a little top hat here, and the top hat has a little ruffle along the inside before it gets to the brim. And you can see that he's blue, yes? So I just thought that a nice royal blue, a nice navy blue, would work well with him. It might be blue on blue, but I think that Bub would like nothing less.
Very fancy.
And if you check under the sleeves here, there are some little white rufflings along with the cufflinks. And you have nice black leather boots. And each little button here is golden.
I demand Bob have a cane.
I have my staff.
That's true. Carry your staff around.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm going to be carrying my staff around. Because I'm here on official business as a druid, so...
And lastly, there is a little ascot that can go with it if he wishes to have a little thing around his neck, Though perhaps I might need to be trimmed a little so that it can not poof up and block his mouth.
I know. It really does feel like that.
We started an hour ago. Shush you.
No, we didn't. An hour and a half at least.
Nope. Hour 13.
Excuse me, 15 minutes. Like, come on.
15 minutes, not 15. It's different. It's closer to an hour than an hour and a half,
Then we, and for snacks?
For snacks, I decided to go for something a little different. As Bub is a little more regal in his natures, and Snacks is a little more wild, I figured a simple reddish, sort of darkish red overcoat with a nice little black undershirt and a nice little coat that goes over his shoulders that he could wear on his shoulders and not have his arms in if he wanted. You see, as it will drape and kind of stop just before his legs, but that's only if his tail were to be in the way, you see, and I think he would enjoy it.
I think it'll be delightful.
I especially like the little golden buttons on the shoulders here, these little metal bits here, little armor on the shoulders for it.
And for the extra dress, I hope there's one that's purple.
Yes, actually, I have acquired 2 dresses that fit the other description you gave me. One is purple, though it's a bit of dark purple. It could be mended if we spent a little extra to change the color. And the other one is a black number. It's very, very old traditional style, but it is a beautiful little black dress.
I think we'll go with is the purple one floof? Does it have floofs?
They both have little floofs on them.
Cool. She was like floof and purple. That's what we're going with. Then we will go with the purple one.
Excellent. Well then, I believe we have all the gowns. Shall we away?
Yes, let's make haste. As much as I've enjoyed my time visiting this kind of manor, it is giving me a headache.
Right. I do have afternoon classes, so much as allow a longer tour, we've spent quite a lot of time already. And, well, we still need to find Yorm, right?
Yorm has a suit.
No, I mean,
Indeed,
Exactly.
Yorm knows the craftsman that can retailer your suits.
Right.
right.
Well then, Eleanor starts folding up several of the gowns, putting them on, basically holding them in front of her, kind of a thing in like a small stack. Let us away. Eleanor leads you back down the halls and through the little castle again. As you arrive near the front door, you see the butler bow again. Milady, do you wish to have us ship those somewhere for you? No need. I will be taking them with me personally. Understood. Perhaps you should have one of those strapping gentlemen there carry them for you. It is not quite appropriate for the lady of the house to be carrying things herself while leaving the manor. Perhaps you are right. I believe I will have you hold this one, you these, and Bub, you can hold these, and you can each hold one of the dresses as well. She gives you Delon the suit that you're going to be wearing, Gildos the suit you'll be wearing. Bub, she hands you the two for you and Stacks. She puts one dress in your hands, Delon, and the other in Gildos's.
That's fair.
Now then. I must say you are doing an excellent job maintaining the household while we are away. Please keep up the excellent work. Of course, madam. And he opens the door. Eleanor just simply walks back out, begins walking down the street towards the lower sections. Whew. It's always so stuffy in there.
Where is that butler from, anyway? I mean, I have an inkling of where he might be from. Just need a confirmation.
He's from a small little venue. Father poached him from his previous employer. It was on the border of Visterium and Nebulum, a little estate there.
I knew it.
He's an excellent worker.
I have no doubt.
That I do no doubt, yes. But, something in his voice, I wasn't sure whether he'd be from Mysterium and Nebulum, but... Well, you say that he's from in-between, no? That makes sense.
Yes, regional dialects and all. Eleanor pauses for a moment before you leave this district and turns to you all. I do hope that the sheer amount of money that my family does have doesn't disconcern you all.
No. Like I say, I'm a little bit intimidated. I mean, I had an idea of the fortune I had, but I suppose I lowballed it. So, call it a reality check. Really.
I understand. Personally, I've enjoyed the wealth, but only to an extent. I've always found that I enjoy living more of a humbler, simpler life than the extravagant one. Extravagant one is nice in small bursts of euphoria and small little distractions here and there when you're feeling down, but personally, I've always enjoyed the little cottage at the Wood Elf village, or the gardens out here, or the gardens at home. Living in such an extravagant location always feels strangling to me personally.
about it then. That's all I can say. Well, I suppose it doesn't just go for you. It was more like gives me clearer ideas of how most nobles are. While they surround here.
I believe Father's a little more extravagant in his spendings than the other nobles in on this area, though. As Father spends his money and has made his estate quite wealthy, though it's more akin to the handful of royals up there. She gestures further up. But those are some of the oldest families of King's Landing. They have an incredibly rich pedigree. That's actually the differentiating factor. It's not wealth that gets you there, it's your pedigree. Your history.
Well, regardless, gives me more hands on example. So I could just, well, suppose temper expectations, or at least, you know.
Perhaps this
You
will
think?
assist you in understanding the sheer amount of wealth Father has. If he wanted, he could start a small individual country via his own fundings, have it built up, established, and hire a militia all on his own to create his own little country. Similar to Asterium or King's Landing itself or something else. It would be smaller than Asterium, King's Landing, or Gloucester or Reynolds, of course, but he could do it. He could if he wanted. That's the sheer amount of wealth that he does have access to.
So, well, she say that she's like, the girl's getting a bit annoyed. Like, he gets it. It's not about the fucking wealth or her father had, but more like, you know, like he gets it. So I have to say more than that. More, you know. If a noble can be like this, and like, you know, others can too. Like, you know.
Eleanor just
more
gives
like-
like a sheepish look. That's honestly the best way I usually summarize the amount we have. I think it's a bit excessive.
Just a bit, but I think should end it there. Should end it here. I have heard enough, really.
I do not blame you. Shall we part ways? I will take these, though. So he takes the two dresses.
See you tonight.
See you this evening. You as well, Delon, and you too, Bob.
Aye, you as well.
All right.
Eleanor gives a little wave. Ta-ta! And you see her walking down the way.
Now to resize this dress, because it's more than a few inches short. My word, I could wear those pants as some summer outfit.
He just wears the German shorts in the summer. Lederhosen on Geldas.
Yeah, exactly. It's like those, like the sandals, like the socks, and all.
Lederhosen Geldas, let's go!
It's like, oh, time to build some showing you sandcastle. Ah, Arbeit warten macht frei. Oh yes.
I love it. But alrighty, with that you leave the noble districts to begin heading on your way. Eventually, as you head to the tavern where you're staying in King's Landing, you do see that Yorm's already there. When you walk in, he just kind of raises a hand. About time you all got here. Wondered where you were going to be at.
We got a little lost finding all the different outfits. Apologies.
Ah, no harm, no foul. I don't got nothing better to do than drink the day away after all. The only thing you're keeping me from is me booze. Guys, I can't very well meet my good friend while inebriated. That comes after business. You celebrate, then you get inebriated while celebrating. Such is the dwarven way.
Makes sense.
Now then, because I want to have this ale that's been sitting on the table for a bit, let us make haste. I'll be right back. Don't you worry.
Yep.
Just turns to the beer, points a finger at it.
Back for you, baby. Next time, baby.
Yorm heads out, just kind of walking out through the front door, just assuming you're following.
Mm-hmm.
Such is the dwarven way. He leads you to the second tier of the city, which is still basically more of a merchantary area. Though it's where you start getting to more artisanal or refined things. The Bard College is also in the second tier. He stops in at what clearly is a home, not a store, and he just knocks on the door. Come on, I'm here. You hear some shuffling, followed by the door flinging open, and a dwarven woman with a cloth over her eyes and a walking stick pokes Yorm in the nose with her walking stick. I already finished your suit, Yorm. What more can I do for you? Leave an old spindlet to a business. Oh, I'm gonna have to. That hurt. I'll give it much worse than that if you knock on my door unprompted again, Yorm. Come on, I've got more favors to ask, you know that. Oh, we're gonna fill up all those favors, eh? Well, about damn time. I'm tired of owing you a few things. I don't know if I'm gonna cash all of them in. Now let's see here. You got 3, 4 with you, perhaps? I can tell by the footfalls. Well, some of them seem small. Well, let me introduce you. This is Delon, Asilius, Guillemette, Gildas Armand, and Bob, emissary of the Blue Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Jumped.
I'm sure.
Well met.
That was rude. I'm sure.
Can you blame her? She's like 800.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Bub.
Hello. Do you want a cookie?
Cookie?
You just see her waddle a few steps in, just gesturing over her shoulder. Come in. Don't tread any mud on my rug.
Okay, I'll come in and get a cookie.
You see that on the table are some fresh baked cookies. They seem to be really chunky and lumpy, though.
It's tried.
That's the good kind, and I'm gonna go for it.
So, Bo, you have one. It is filled with fruits, and there's no chocolate, but it's just a fruit-filled cookie that is it's like a ginger snap, but with fruit in it.
Ew, that actually sounds really gross. I don't know, Bub's a kobold though, so you might like it.
It's a cookie.
Lies.
Lies. It's like a little fruitcake cookie.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll eat it.
All right. What brings Yorm and friends here? Well, they have some suits, and I mentioned I have a friend. That's putting it rather lightly. Oh, don't talk at me like that. Come on. We've been friends for a very long time, haven't we, Nana? No, I haven't been your Nana in 400 years. Show me some respect. She bonks him on the head with her cane. Oh, come on. I've been misbehaving. Honest. Yet I haven't visited. Next time you visited was just yesterday, and you're already visiting again. I told you to visit me more, but not that close. Haven't even had the time to spread out a pot of tea. Well, let's say I make the tea then. You ain't gonna touch my china. I brought my own china, thank you. Oh, you have china, do you, Yorm? Yes, I have china, if you believe it or not. Well, fine. You use your china, make us some tea, and if it's bad tea, I'll bonk you on the head for it. I'm sure you'll bonk me either way. Norm just gives a little nod in your direction and makes his way into the kitchen to start making some tea. Now then, Norm said something about some suits or something?
Indeed.
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
the main order is likely to resize them, though I have a more custom order.
Let's see. Before we talk about the customness, let's see. You said resizing. Man, let me see the fabric. She extends like her hand.
Mm-hmm. They just hand it all.
So she gently lays them all on basically a table, running her fingers up and down them to feel the fabric and test the size. You're a bit tall then, if this isn't good enough for you. And yes, you have heavy footfalls, so I'd say that you're taller than even him. Your accent says Rinaldian. And you're clearly King's Landing man with your courtesies and all, so that means that you're quite a bulky sort. Knight, I'd take it. Probably the wide shoulders.
Thank you.
Now then, take a seat in that chair. So once you're sat in the chair, you feel her run her hand very delicately over your form, kind of like testing your corners, your shoulders, and all that, pinching you a few places here and there. It's almost like you're just being inspected and probed like an animal, but she's very thorough. Eventually, she nods and gestures for Gildas to do so, and she performs the same. She does eventually just come over to Bub and test him too.
Mm-hmm.
My God, they have muzzles.
Ah, lizard folk, perhaps. Far from home. Nah, with those horns, you've gotta be a dragonborn. Horns are thicker than a lizard folk's, they're small. So you tell the difference.
Yes.
Let's see, yes, I have your measurements. Honestly, you lot have terribly outgrown your suits. Honestly. You haven't had them refitted until now. For shame! You've grown so large, your suits remain so small. Honestly, it's a miracle you even found your way to me in the first place. Any other tailor would just make you a new suit. Waste of fabric. Ain't she a tart? Yorm, what'd I tell you calling me a tart? Well, you sounded like one. Did you just see him get smacked on the head again? How do you always hit me when you can't see me? You're very loud, you breathe heavy. You thought about taking on the diet, Yorm? A little less wheat in your diet, eh? You know dwarves don't need that. Very strong, resolute. Why, us mountain-borns are especially tall, especially strong, especially resolute. Yes, 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 I remember very well.
Come down, Nan. You're misfit enough to be able to tuck it in, and we'd be none the wiser.
Tuck what in? It's all muscle. Iron steel hard. Woven hard. Like a mountain, I'm sure. Alrighty then, so that's 3 suits re-sewn together to refit your measurements, and what was this about a custom order?
Right. I'd like to fuse my suit with a suit of chainmail. Much like our then queen did.
Ah, the queen. I remember when my eyesight was failing me, but even I could take in the splendor of that gown. Shimmered like diamonds or pearls in the ocean, it did. She had one of the guests try to stab her, just to prove that it wouldn't work. Now that's a queen for ya.
Gone too soon.
That's the truth. Now then, you want to mix it with some chainmail. Do you have the chainmail on you? I'm not a forge, I can't make chainmail. If you've brought the material, I can work with it.
Now how do you think about it? So I'm like, do I want to use my suit? Well, my chainmail. Oh wait, no, we got like Mr. Chainmail the convoy. Never
do?
mind. Yeah, so I'll say I brought my own.
Excellent. May I have it here as well? See, test the weight of the material. See what I'm working with.
I'll do so.
So she goes to take it with one hand, and then quickly grabs it with both hands. She lays it on the table and feels it all over before nodding. It's good quality, very expensive. I can work with this. It's good that you chose such a exceptionally light material. If it was more heavy, it would weigh you down and perhaps tear the fabric. It would need to be reinforced. Instead, I can make this done. Well, when you need it.
Don't exactly know when.
In time for the ball, Nana.
Right.
We just see her whip around, pointing her cane at Yorm, who ducks. Hey, what were you? You smacked me in the head. That will not actually hurt. Would have hit me in the ear. You're going to the ball, Yorm? No. They're going to the ball. Take Yorm to the ball. It'll do him good.
Agreed. We will take him to the bowl.
Of course.
Ah, you lot. Don't let him do any of that dwarven modesty on you. Take him with you.
Now, there's no way you would miss festivities, you would hide it from us.
Yes.
Well, it's important to have a good time, but all in good measure.
Mm.
You just see the Nana just rolls her wrist like,
Right. With all those delicious cocktails and all that.
That goes without saying.
Yorm just kind of nods. Indeed, but that's not the main reason why I'd be there, not at all.
You won't know until you come with us.
Exactly.
Well, alright, you've convinced me. Good. If you need it for the ball, it's gonna be a bit, but I can get it done. My name ain't Didgery-doolery, sillery-doolery. She's a really old dwarf, and that's not her name. They don't need to know my name, Yorm. They're not my friends.
I mean, nine seems to be fine, so...
Ain't your Nan, but you can call me that, yes. Also, Nan, if you're saying that phrase, you're supposed to say something that is your name, I think. Saying it that it's not your name makes it sound like you can't do it. Nonsense. Anywho, I can get it done. All 3 suits, yes. You. She points her cane in your direction, Delon. Do you have any personal requests as well, or no? Delon? We lost Delon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What's going on?
Yeah, she's asked if you had any
personal requests.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't hear it.
That's good. She only asked you, pointing her cane in your direction, if you had any personal requests.
No. Everything in this suit is pretty good. The You know what? Yeah, sure. Don't go. I've enjoyed this. I think this suit looks quite nice. I think the accessories are quite good. You know what? You seem to know what you're doing. Surprise me. With a woman of your experience, I'm sure you have many different tastes and styles memorized. Surprise me.
Alrighty then. I'll get something whipped up for you.
Thank you.
And you? How are the cookies? Bob, you just feel a cane poking your cheek. How are the cookies?
How were the cookies?
Very fruity and molassesy.
Fruity and molassesy. Very different.
Good. I tried a new recipe. I left them out since the morning so that they could soak up the nice, humid air of King's Landing. Makes them real tender and juicy. So the molasses is the key. Nan love to put molasses in everything. Still do! Now then. Glad you enjoyed the cookies. Yeah, have another. She just tosses you a cookie in your general direction. Do you have any requests with your outfit, little one?
The blood of goblins. No, I'm just kidding.
This is a little
Honestly,
book,
like,
isn't it?
what you laid out already seemed pretty opulent enough. Yeah, I think I'm good.
Excellent. Means less work that I have to worry about. Now then. Yorm, collect your friends and leave. Leave old Nan alone to her business. She'll work her magic nimble fingers. I'm sure you'll use your thimble with your nimble fingers. Are you getting smart with me, Yorm? What? You have beautiful nimble fingers when you use your thimble. See her walk over, grab Yorm by the ear, and walk up towards the door. Now then, enough of that. Get. Don't come at least until another week. See you at the end of the week instead, Nan. Oh, right, yes, that's when you need it. Correct, yes, I'll see you then. She closes the door and goes to sit down, then pauses, opens the door again, and gestures out. Run along now. Yorm's probably out somewhere drinking himself into a stupor. I'm right here, Nan. Yes. Yorm's out here drinking himself into a stupor. Come now, let's leave.
Well, thank you, Yorm.
Don't mention it. She's a sweet old bat, but she's a bit wacky. She always was firm and quick with the cane. But in her defense, I often deserved it.
I see.
Oh, I didn't make it easy for old Nan. I chose to give her a hard time on purpose. Just to see if she could keep up with me. Nan was one of the fastest joggers on the estate.
That's why we're still so sharp these days. It's all because of you.
Oh, don't let her hear that. She deny it something fierce.
Well, maybe I should repeat that and talk louder then.
Oh, no need.
Oh, these that age, you start getting deaf a bit.
Come now, get us. You don't want her to charge her now, do you? She's doing that for free.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a favor, you see?
Then let's best head out before we make ourselves unwelcome.
Well, gentlemen, as we are on the second level of the city, I'll be heading toward the Bard College. Well, I do have a lesson scheduled.
I think I should head there as well with you. I'll let you do your schedules, but I have other things to do as well.
Alright then, lads, have fun at your studies. I'm heading to the tavern. There's a pitcher of ale with my name on it.
course
In
it
the
is.
stupor!
Try to be a bit easy, okay, yo? We'll be back in no time.
Well, don't worry about me, you know me. Always having a good time, never having a bad time. You have too much, having a bad time.
That's what I'm worried about. Alright.
Alrighty, with that, you see Yorm walk off, heading in the direction of the tavern. Leaving the three amigos to head to the Bard College to take their classes.
Uh-huh. And then we can just fast forward to the ball, David.
Yep, pretty much. There's only one other brief interaction before the ball. That'll be fine. It won't take too long. Alrighty. So, as you arrive at the Bard College to take your classes, Gildos, make me a performance roll.
Uh-huh.
And then do you wish to spend the remaining of your time slots on that? Taking the class?
Well, it is scheduled for the whole week, so yes.
Alrighty.
It's like, I literally have nothing else to do. So, I did 10 for the first one.
Alrighty. Make another.
Up. So yeah, it's like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so like 6 rolls in total, right?
Should be, yeah.
So, that, one more. Yeah.
Alrighty. So I'm gonna be rolling.
Can you reroll one of those? He
I mean,
is sleeping in good. He is sleeping in good.
Yeah, technically,
bed.
yes, it will have like a 3 fucking.
You could re-roll
I think.
2 and still have the 3 in reserve, I think. Honestly, if you wanted.
well, yeah, I mean, we're sleeping like 6 days, so.
In a really comfortable place. I think
Yep.
it'll be all right.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna re-roll the 6 and the 7.
Sounds good.
So, map. Yeah,
Grr.
6 and the 7.
There we
Good.
go. So,
Grr.
that's.
Inspiration never failed me so far.
See, that's
Do you think of-
okay. Give me one moment. One wide. Okay.
Yeah, Arun is confident, humble, and never without a smile.
I copy pasted. I swear. So strange.
He's
2,
watching me.
3,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6,
Okay, that's pretty good, man.
7,
Yeah, the lower the roll, the better.
8, 9.
Well, unless you know Marshall does us, you know. Something else.
Congratulations, Gildos. You gain expertise in performance,
Uh-huh.
and you have learned your instrument of choice.
Huzzah.
I mean, I was expecting the expertise, but I'll take it, I suppose.
I mean, hey, you got a lot of below 20 rolls. I was like,
Yeah.
okay.
Boop. And then
You can also, once you've got a good on a performance, you can now do it in your spare time to level up. You don't need a teacher now.
Yeah.
Bub, I know Bub has rolls. He needs manners. Manners and whatever else he's taking.
Bub was taking a feat class, I believe.
Feet class and
Mhm.
manners, if I recall.
Mm-hmm.
So, Bub,
Let's see if I can do the feet class in time. That's the more important thing.
alright, make me some con rolls.
Constitution. Guidance?
Not appropriate here.
How many?
Ooh.
Do you wish to spend the remainder of your week on it?
As much as it takes to learn it. Because I spent so much money on it.
Alright. So, may as well.
Remember, you get two.
spend,
You get two rerolls as well.
You do. You could probably reroll, I think, 3 and still have 3 in reserve, I think.
Okay.
So, If you're
So
doing
6
it for
for
the
now.
rest of the week, that'd be like 7 rolls. If you're doing it for less than that, it'd be different from that.
Let's try 5 days. Let's re-roll the 8 and the 9 though.
All right.
Okay.
Okay,
Nice.
there we go.
Yeah, there you
Alrighty.
go. 23, 12, 15, 22, and 21.
Yep.
Was
See
it
here.
90, 90, 90, 80,
I know. It's gonna be so bummed. So bummed.
All right, so I need to do that many. 1, 2,
13.
3,
Oh, crit 100. Nope.
4.
I don't know what that does.
So the
5.
higher it is, the less points,
6,
extra points you get to learning it. I
7.
think a critical nulls it.
Yeah, critical on a hunt. So the way I roll D100 is I go for the low roll is the good roll. High roll's bad. So technically, like a nat 100 is like you just failed that class that day horribly.
Dang. Well, these are mostly under 50, so.
Yeah. So alrighty. So let's see. Alright. So Bob, you've gained defeat Warcaster. You spent the rest of your week taking the class for it.
He has like one class, I think, left, right?
I think he spent
1,
5 days
2,
on
3,
it, so he
4,
has,
5.
he
Yeah.
has 2 more classes he could take for this. Minimum.
Manners. Who needs it?
Manners! Who needs them? I don't know what manners counts as.
Discipline.
Roll charisma if you're taking a general manners class.
Manners. Oh, yeah.
That's a 2.
It's a 2, baby.
Oh, yeah.
See if Bob could be polite.
I'm only polite to blur towards blue.
I'm wondering if I should re-roll the 2.
Just
honestly.
re-roll it. Fuck
Might
it.
as
You'll have
well.
one more. Yeah, why not?
Ugh. I
Can
knew
we
this
have,
would be
like-
hard.
Can he have a 15? Can he have like the...
Technically better, you know.
It is technically better by 1 point. Oh well. That's sad.
So Bob, you don't have a very good time trying to take a manners class. You don't understand the difference between that fork and that fork, this spoon and this spoon. You hate this. You don't know why. A spoon's a spoon, dang it.
Shit based.
At a certain point,
Alright.
you just decide to leave the class, unenroll from it after drinking some soup straight from the bowl.
Cool.
Wait, you're just giving up on manners?
That's what I'm assuming Bub did in that lesson. He'll do it again later.
Pretty much.
All right, I guess I'll roll mine. Mine is like enchantment and learning and getting performance.
Alright.
So I guess I'll roll performance for like the first several, and we'll see what happens. Eight, 9, 9. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm just gonna re-roll all 3. Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. That's stupid.
You'd
How
still
mu-
have
how much-
3 in reserve, I believe, if he did that. So in 3
Yeah,
days
but
and
I'm
a half.
also thinking, how long do I really want to spend getting my performance up from a bard college? I'm also trying to learn enchantment, and I don't know. I mean, what's the point in learning enchantment, though? Realistically,
Yeah.
like, really, what's the realistic point? It's not like he has a skill to utilize it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Performance would be more appropriate, I think, to spend more time
Yeah.
on that.
It's a bard college. There we go.
And
Alrighty.
I'll re-roll like the 8 and 9.
Alright.
There we go. That's better. So
Okay.
9, 10, 18, 20, 18, 22.
Okay, this many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You now have proficiency in performance.
Cool. All right.
And would
There's
you
not-
like to have at least learned how to play another instrument that you already have?
Sure. Why not?
Because it is
Why?
the Bard College, after all.
Yeah, why not? I'll learn how to play another instrument at this point, because why not?
Cool beans. You can add that to your sheet when you get the chance. You
Got
can
it.
also add in an instrument so you actually have access to it, because basically when you pass class, they'll give you an instrument if you don't already have one.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, as fascinating as enchantment is, Delon isn't it? He can't utilize it at all. Like, it's a neat idea, and he loves the idea of it, but like, Gildas can actually utilize enchantments. You know?
True, Gildas and Eleanor can utilize it for crafting more, technically speaking.
Yeah, Delon can like help, but that's about it.
Alrighty. And did you have performance already as proficient, or did you
No.
not? Okay, you didn't. Okay. Just want to make sure.
No, I didn't have it proficient. That's why I wanted to get it done now at the Bard's College.
Fair enough, and there's almost no better place to do it. Alrighty. So with that, I believe the party has spent their time at the college learning for most of the week there.
Yeah, just one more thing before I forget again.
Yeah, what's up?
During the week, I also use one of my channel divinity. Use all my silver to actually craft my goddamn badge. You know.
Ah, okay, yeah, fair enough.
It's like forgetting to do it.
Yeah, you are easily able to do that. There you go.
There we go.
Alright. So, on the morning of the third day, so literally the next day after,
Mhm.
as you're all, as you wake up and begin heading downstairs, when you head into the tavern proper, you find that. Give me one moment. Darius is sat at the table with a plate of eggs in front of him and a glass of water as well. He gives you a nod as the party arrives. Well met. Take it you have been enjoying your time in King's Landing.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
We have.
Please, have a seat. Just realized Darius's body language is basically Worf's.
Yep. He needed to have a glass of prune juice along with it. That's a drink of warriors.
So says Worf.
So says Worf.
As you sit down, Darius makes a small gesture, and you see that the tavern keeper puts down some pretty nice breakfast: eggs, sausage, some bread, and all that, you know. I have heard that you have been enjoying yourselves and making yourselves very publicly known as well, and seem to be getting up to your own business here and there. It's quite good.
Yes, sir. We've been partaking in the Bard's College as long as the headmaster allows us to.
Good. The college is very useful, can teach you many things. There are many masters there who are eager to teach, eager to inform.
Yes, sir.
Now then. With the pleasantries out of the way, I wish to communicate on business.
Mm.
You wish to have an arrangement with the Regent, yes?
Yes, sir.
I have it on good authority that I can introduce you to him later this evening.
Excellent.
Keep the interaction brief, however. He is quite busy.
Of course, sir.
And now, I believe that you also wish to speak to me on something or other?
I did. And I do.
I have this morning free.
Excellent. I'll let you finish your breakfast and then you can speak of it.
Oh, it is quite alright. I've had my fill. The eggs were a little
Yeah.
more runny than I precisely wanted. But I ate most of them, and I ate the sausage as well as the bread. It was a light
If-
but sparse and filling meal. It should suffice.
If that is your wish, then yes, it's about somewhat a request and a report at the same time.
Continue.
They're not alone, right? They're just at the table.
You're at the table. The tavern is noticeably mostly empty. The only other person is the tavern keeper, who is somewhere in the back. Darius is basically arranged privacy.
Right. Delon nods, and he may I sit closer to you, sir?
You may.
What do you say?
You may.
Okay. All right. So Delon does. Well, how do I put this? I'm sure it's of no introduction you have the knowledge of Ophelia Nightfield, correct?
Yes, she is one of our most esteemed heroes.
Oops. And patron lady for the Templar Order.
Yes.
Have you checked the tomb she was placed in recently?
Yes.
How recently?
About a month ago.
You might want to check it again.
Why do you say that?
I say that because I believe when you go there, you will find it empty.
Nonsense.
If I wish that were true, but I don't believe it is. If you don't believe me, we can go together. We can see for ourselves, but I assure you, unfortunately, there will be no body there. If there is, it will not be of Lady Ophelia.
That is a very bold claim, Delon.
And you know, I would never make something so bold if I wasn't sure about it.
You see him stare you down for a moment before he rises from his chair, tucking the chair back in under the table. I have no need of the bill, it has already been paid for. When you have finished your breakfast, you and your companions, if they wish to attend, can come with me, and I will personally show you that the sanctity of Her Ladyship Nightfield's tomb has been unmolested.
Yes, sir. Dylan just kind of glances at everyone else, like, you want to come with, or?
Yeah, I'll come.
Okay. Bob, do you want to come with?
Sure. I'm not exactly sure who this is gonna be.
That's fair. We also probably need you because you hold her phylactery.
Yeah.
That's going to be important. Because I'm damn sure he's going to probably ask to see it. Or at least look at it.
I'm not sure if I should. Okay.
No.
Well, I'm nervous about this guy.
That's fair. I mean, that's
He
fair.
is the head of the Templar Order at the moment.
Yeah. No, it's
We have
completely
to-
fair.
Watch, we have to fight the Templars and we fail the order.
Oh, Lord.
Honestly, yeah, that'd be interesting.
Alrighty. So Darius lets
Alright.
you finish your breakfast. He's very patient. He's not in any particular hurry, it seems.
No.
Does not put you out or inconvenience you in any way.
Uh-huh.
Once you've finished it, he leads you out of the tavern and personally escorts you out of the city walls into a towards a bit of a hilled area that has a chapel over it. He leads you to the chapel, which you, Delon, you know that this is a chapel of Io.
Mhm.
He
They're rare.
leads you down further. He leads you to essentially a door, which leads you into a sort of a mausoleum type of area.
Mhm.
Amongst there are several there are several caskets that are above ground. You can see that there are either etchings on top of the casket or the tomb where they show a hero with a blade or shield, kind of a Knights Templar style.
Mhm.
Lastly, he leads you over to one that is kind of on a little bit of a raised dais, sort of, kind of. It's like there's this tiny step higher than the others at the end of the room, and there is a statue of Io just before the tomb itself. This is
I
where
should
we
have
have
brought-
moved her. She's, as you can see, the casket itself is undisturbed. Not a single scratch, not a single mark. And Io herself watches over this casket.
Gildas, perception maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking to like doing some stuff. So yeah, perception. Besides some religion to that as well.
Yeah.
Basically, like looking for trace of tampering. It's like,
Guidance.
sure, you know, the casket looks like that. Well, yeah, we're outside the city, you're fine.
You are actually outside the city, so you are fine,
Yeah.
yes.
So I'm like, sure, the casket is disturbed and all that. Like, they're not allowed to look inside, but doesn't mean, you know, it wasn't teleported out. So yeah, 24 for the perception. Yeah, and just to overkill it. Yeah, some shitty religion roll.
Alrighty. So, is there anything specific you're looking for with the casket for your perception?
Well, anything that would betray actually, you know, an actual tampering with, like something that looks out of place that may not be obvious, you know, from like for someone who is just checking in to see if everything's in order, you know.
Okay,
Like,
so you take a more studious gaze around the area. You look around. You have a psych moment where certain things kind of glow out, little odd, strange things here or there. You know, if you've seen Psych, then you know what that is. If you haven't, what are you doing with your life? And you
well,
notice
yeah,
that the only thing that's a little strange is that there is dust in this area. It's clear that they don't dust it all the time. They do dust it to keep it clean and respectful. But there's a little bit less dust around the casket than on the steps leading up to it, if that makes sense. It's almost imperceptible.
right. So, Commander Darius, you said that the last time the casket was checked in was last month, correct?
Yes, I personally evaluated this room just 1 month ago, and it is exactly as I
Right.
have left it. And there are guards stationed out front.
Right. And how often do you clean up?
We clean this area about once every month and a half. For Io's grace does not allow this chamber to become filthy, and only if there were to be intruders would this place become filthy. As such, excessive amounts of cleaning on a daily or even weekly basis is unneeded.
Right, so it is likely that someone was here in between one cleanup duty and one patrol duty. Because where you see it, there's less dust on the casket than there are on the stairs. But if you're cleaning, then shouldn't you do it evenly?
Yes, we are quite thorough.
Right. So now there was tampering with the casket. That makes sense that some of the dust was displaced, right? Well, he's taken off.
Hmm. And
Hmm.
also, Commander Darius, when was this? When was she moved to this new tomb?
She was moved. Well, you have no need to ask for such things. You know as well as I that she was moved merely 10 years ago.
I know this. I'm just being very specific. Was there something that happened 6 months ago? Was there people who showed up, or was it a particularly clean that day 6 months ago?
The only thing on record 6 months ago was that her prior tomb was investigated by an Asimir, a haughty one, who we forcibly removed from the premises. He had a small group of armed guards that he had hired to bring with him.
To the old tomb
Yes,
months ago.
we escorted him out of it as he did not have the proper procedure or permission to enter it.
See.
And while there is nothing of consequence there anymore, it is still a holy relic of the past and must be respected. Trespassing on such grounds is not allowed.
Of course. I have reasons to believe why he would go for that place specifically. It's for the artifact. But I also think that was a bit of a distraction, unknowingly perhaps, or knowingly. 6 months ago, was there anything just before that? Perhaps maybe a month, too, before that incident. Was there anything at all related to either of these?
Darius thinks for a moment. He thinks for quite a long moment, actually, before slowly shaking his head. The only strange occurrence was a slight magical anomaly, but it was on the other side of Canes, nowhere near here.
When? Where?
Roughly 9 months ago, was a magical anomaly detected as the origin point in Nebulum. When pressed, the Lord of Nebulum assured us that he had no idea what it was, and we tested him for truthfulness, and he seemed unaware of what was the cause of it. He did assist us in investigating it.
Did you ever come up with anything?
A small and rather fledgling group of cultists that he gave us permission to send Templars to eradicate.
Salon catches his breath. That's it. That's it. That must have been when they. That must be when they acted. It's like, I mean, Bob, you know about this. You know that she's a cultist. We fought cultists, remember?
Yeah, I know
Yes.
about all of that.
That must have happened there. He goes,
It was about 6
Salon
months
nods.
ago, in game.
Yeah, we found her 6 months ago, but they must have moved her beforehand.
Right. Yeah.
Well
that's the only thing
beforehand.
that makes sense.
Yeah, so 9 months ago it goes. That makes sense. They distracted in Nebulum. The cultists could have then moved her from that point and made it to what it is. Commander, with your permission, just for the safety, I do wish to briefly open the tomb.
Delon.
Yes, I know. But I am absolutely sure that she's not going to be in there. I will stake my knighthood on it. If I'm wrong, take it from me. You know how much that means to me. I do not make this lightly.
If
You
you're
see
still not
him,
counting.
oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. It's like, and if that does not convince you, then I'll stake in my honor as champion of Bridget on that as well, as I have a vested interest in Ophelia.
Your interest as a champion of Brigid is respectful, as is your allegiance as a knight, Delon. However, it is... While I have the authority to lift such a casket, I do not wish to scratch the more grounds to do so. To disturb her ladyship while she rests so peacefully. Simply to check if she is still there.
Well then, shall we bring her ladyship to check herself?
Now you're simply speaking preposterously. Her ladyship has long since passed, and she rests in the mighty scholarly libraries of Io.
Delon nods. She did, Commander, but remember when I said I had something to report? The reason I brought you here was to make sure, was to have perpetuity evidence to enhance my claims.
Well then, tell me of your report first.
6 months ago, we were traveling through Gloucester. We had made the company of the Brown Dragonborn, Harkin. Are you aware of him?
Unfortunately.
Delon actually chuckles at that. I see. In any case, we were heading up, going up to the Land of Monsters, both to meet my lady and to fetter some business he had to take care of there as well. So we marched on an enterprise. It was not long after we had met you and had agreed to the sting operation that we later succeeded on. On our way there, we later met the ranger, Lord Mountainborn, and he helped accompany us to the borders. Respectfully, as we were making our way into the Land of Monsters, we found a pack of bears that seemed diseased, seemed not natural. We fought against them, put blows to them, but nothing killed them but either a straight destruction of the brain or radiance. When we finally beat them, Hawken examined them and found that it was some kind of necrotic essence upon them. He was worried about his friend, as he had warned him of such things in his letter, and realizing this, we made our haste to go and meet his friend. His friend apparently had stumbled in onto something grave and dangerous. He had found that some cultists had been knowingly trying to create necrosis inside of Our Lady's territory, unbeknownst to her. They were doing a ritual. Well, you know how serious that is. I went to report it to Our Lady, but Hawken made a good testament. Her ladyship would have just immolated the entire area with her radiance. But it may not have gone deep enough to actually deal with the cultists if they were nestled deep into the caverns of the icy terrain. So, acting as if on one of our Templar patrols, we went in as an operation. We came and we found ourselves against many different necrotic enemies. Many recently reanimated through rituals, until we finally found ourselves into an actual necromancer, apostate. And in the middle of that, we found was a tomb, small tomb with a body in it. Well, we fought against his necrotic enemies, his other cultists. We defeated them, and we were left with a problem. The ritual that was still trying to animate it was still going. Whatever it was doing, it was trying to create this body, trying to reanimate it. The process had already begun. It could not be. It could only be shut off, or we destroy the body as is and destroy the being. We tried to look for details. We spoke with a spirit, as it were, who warned us that it needed to be destroyed. But we were also able to speak with the individual trying to be reanimated. Both produced a quandary. And in our efforts to understand, we decided to go with the reanimated individual and stop the ritual outright, but not destroy the body. It was at that point, once we succeeded, that I then finally realized that when I got a closer look, who this individual was. And that individual is, unfortunately, Her Ladyship Nightfield. And he gestures to the tomb. You don't believe me? That's fine. I have this. And Delon actually is going to reach into the bag of holding, and he's going to produce a pillow and a few other ordained items. This is what I found within her remains. Don't believe me even more? Delon's going to take off his shield, and it has the old symbol. This is what one of the items I found in their clutches. You recognize this symbol?
Well then, Darlan,
Hmm.
shouldn't you be more thorough in report and say that while we were clearing the dungeon, the cave, or whatever, we were helped by soldiers of King's Landing of old.
We were. So I recognize the shield.
See Harkin briefly
They-
close his eyes. I'm sorry, Wolf. You see Darius briefly close his eyes and just inhale before exhaling some smoke. While I do not doubt what you believe to have witnessed and believe to have experienced, I will put your mind at ease, Talon. I will show you that such things are not as they might seem, that she still rests here, though I cannot deny that that pillow, those cloths, are exactly similar to the ones inside.
Please, show me that I'm wrong. I wish for nothing more.
I will put your
Actually-
mind at ease.
Actually, I know, like, essentially her dimensions and all that. Say, well, before you do, as more proof that she's with us. Nobody has seen her body since she's been let to rest, but we've known through her stories and all that how tall she was, or at least what she told us, or was told to us. But if I told you I knew exactly how tall she was, what she weighed, and
I mean, she's also a corpse, so
I
that would also
mean,
be-
yeah, you know.
I'm just being there.
Such precise things would be hard to compare.
Let's let him open the tomb.
Just saying, in case we find
Absolutely.
Foal's body.
Exactly.
But I assure you, she rests as much as she did then as she does now. You see
Okay.
him turn to the casket,
Mhm.
lay his hand upon it,
Mhm.
lower his head, and he mutters a prayer in a very foreign language to Lon that you've only ever heard Ophelia speak briefly.
Mm.
You see some runes and sigils begin to appear upon the cask as the lid essentially just rises up after a brief glowing of radiance. As the casket lifts up, Darius takes a small step back, inclines his head, and basically just performs a small bow. My apologies for the disturbance, lady.
Mhm.
And inside you can find that there is a body in there,
Mhm.
laying its head upon a pillow, its arms basically clutching a tome. It's wrapped in a identical garb to the one that you found Ophelia wearing when you found her.
Yeah. Fair enough. Cannot be. Unless, oh, the smart bastards, they must have just made a body exactly like her. Possibly. Either that's a fake or whatever.
Well, ours is young. But, still medicine check just to check, make sure.
Medicine roll, alrighty. The body is decently well preserved. Let's see. It definitely seems like it's been well taken care of over the ages. It is a corpse that is remarkably old, despite how well preserved it is. The only strange thing is that it is some of the bones seem to be about the age of someone in their 20s.
Yeah, but she died in a.
Very
Very
late
old.
80s.
Yeah, very old
Right.
lady.
So, Commander Darius, we know that Lady Ophelia died in her old age, correct?
Indeed, she passed one winter warning when
Now,
the frigid snows came over the mountain.
so I'll just point him to the bones I've noticed and say, that may be so, yet these are clearly bones from a younger woman.
Darius seems to narrow his brow at that before briefly turning to the party, and he retrieves some sort of stone from his person. Bring me a Templar of the medicinal kind. A doctor, please. Cleric, perhaps.
She gesturing to us?
No, he's spoken to the stone before he
Oh,
pocketed
wow.
it again.
Damn.
Am I not enough? Am I not good enough?
He wants a second
Fair.
opinion.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Shout out
as
the
well he
radio.
should. Also, okay, so really quick, I'm actually gonna glance and roll history on the book they're holding.
Guidance.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's no way that's the same one.
Fucking guidance discrimination.
The guidance discrimination.
Discrimination guidance.
The guy
23.
Bubble, the guidance dragonkin. You bastard.
That makes sense for Bob, sadly though.
You can just ask for me to cast it, and I will.
I shouldn't have to ask though.
It's whether or not he's paying attention, really.
Correct. Sorry, I did have to get up and move the laundry, so
You're good.
that's probably
you're
why
good.
I wasn't here.
You're good. You're good. All right, so
It's okay.
23.
Like one D&D, I'll be able to guide us myself, and all be that.
I ain't playing that shit.
All right, so a 23. So Delon, it looks identical to the book that Ophelia has, both in thickness, in binding, as well as in its appearance, in all possible ways.
Yeah.
But you know there can't be two of such a tome. There was only one. There was and is only one.
And it was an
So-
important tome. I think it was like almost a holy item.
It was considered Ophelia's personal tome of knowledge and secrets. Basically, all sorts of things she had collected through her many years.
I'll make a straight perception to like the fabric, because there's no way you can make like a one-to-one identical one
All right,
to
make a
what he
perception
was
roll.
wearing.
Especially from the time period.
Uh,
Guidance, Evan.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
do your job.
That's
Do your
it.
job. You come on, guidance, flat 5,000, do it. Guidance hazy,
Exactly.
please try
I'd like to play a new homebrew class called Guidancer.
Guidance.exe quit working, please reboot.
Isn't that just divination wizard?
True. That was my third pick, actually. Divination Wizard.
Alright, 17. So, Gilnas, with the 17 as you're looking at it, so you're checking the fabric of her dress or the book?
The dress.
Okay. So, it is very eerily close to the gown that you repaired for Ophelia, but since you repaired her gown for her, kind of a thing, you can tell a handful of minute differences. Whoever made this is a damn good faker. Because even unless you personally had your hands on the original, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Right. I'll say as well that Ophelia's laying outfit had tears here, and there. Yet I cannot find them. Instead, I have a tear there where there shouldn't be one. Even then, like, there's missing a piece of fabric. stone.
You see him raise the stone again. Bring me the Templar historian.
There's only one book, of course, Commander. That book should have many words and secrets of its own kind.
Most
pages
of
and
them
the
illegible
bindings.
to all.
Exactly. We'll see if it's as accurate as it says it is. My money is it's mostly empty after a certain point. Just with very good binding.
So you find that
Mhm.
in short term, a Templar cleric appears. He is a cleric of Io, followed by a historian who seems to be of Diem.
Yeah.
Darius confers with his two experts. The cleric confirms what you said, Gilnos, that that the bones are either some of the most well-preserved bones he's ever seen, or, and he basically whispers really quietly, but you can hear it because of your past perception, perhaps it's not, kind of a thing. And I hesitate to say, but perhaps it isn't. The historian, however, gestures for everyone to basically step to the edge of the room as he performs some magic spells and delicately retrieves the tome from the corpse's hands and begins looking over it. Eventually, he places it back, putting the body again perfectly as it was, before gesturing everyone to come closer. I can confirm that the tome is, unless one were to look at every single page and compare and contrast, you would not be able to tell the difference. Understood. To everyone involved, this does not leave this chamber.
Full-on nods.
Mm-hmm.
If I hear that any of this has been repeated to anyone else, and it begins to circulate, I will have your head. The two Templars nod and essentially salute.
Yeah.
Darius turns back to the casket and basically performs the same ritual he did before. As the top lowers back down, he turns to you, Delon. How did you come to know of this again? You said cultists.
Yes.
You mentioned a ritual. What happened with that ritual? What did you do?
Oh boy, Delon's in so much hot water.
Yeah.
Delon's like, we were in our pursuit to find it. We stumbled upon a few brief ones. Delon actually fiddles a bit. I believe I drew some of them. Yes, here. And he pulls out like just a tome. Here, it should have a few of the rituals I marked out after the fact. We were kind of in a bit of a rush, but I decided to make just a bit. This one is the simplest one. Hawkins, it was something similar to an early necrotic ritual spell. And then this one here was another one. And there was summoning. But the most complicated one, this is the one that was around the tomb. This is the one that Our Lady has actually been looking at after I alerted to her to the situation.
Darius extends a hand for your tome.
Delon hands it to him.
He looks over it for about 5-10 minutes, turning several pages, turning them back, looking at it from several different angles before closing it and handing it back to you. So then these are the rituals used, but what was the end result? What happened? Did they corrupt her? Did they do something to it? Did you obliterate it? You mentioned that it was either to be destroyed or allowed to conclude. What happened?
Delon puts his hands up gently. I understand. We had a choice. We were aided by the spirit. The spirit I mentioned was in fact the spirit of the silver dragon. She wanted us to immolate all in its path, and we agreed. We went through all the occultists, we went through all the apostates and the necrotic beings being resurrected. It was when it came time to destroy the body of this person I didn't recognize at first, that was where we had the conversation. Something didn't feel right, Commander. It didn't feel right to destroy an innocent life that had been taken there and was considerably confused to even be there. They seemed like an innocent person who just got caught up in this. If we let the ritual happen, they were going to turn her into a lich. If we stopped it, we would stop that process. But she would still now be of some form of life wandering around. Something in between. The Silver Dragon felt that was too much of a risk. Even if this being knew how to eradicate a blight coming. We decided to go with the individual who had more knowledge, the being resurrected. When the ritual was interrupted and destroyed, the being recited is who I believe wholeheartedly is Our Ladyship Nightfield. She retains most of her personality now. Her knowledge has holes in it. She doesn't remember everything, but she's been learning more and more. Additionally, we were able to meet with an aspect of Lord Bahamut. He met with her ladyship, and in essence, spurred a bit more for her to collect herself. We have also journeyed with her, and she has refounded two of her artifacts. The dragon claw, that was her brooch, and the Tender of Fields, who was also, according to it, was taken from its rightful place. And cursed. We were able to undo that curse, and it's back to its normal self.
Darius thinks for a moment before his eyes open wide, and he just says quietly, "The leper."
Delan hesitantly nods. Yes, the leper.
Take me to her.
Delan nods very solemnly. Yes, sir.
Rest at ease, Delon. You have on my honor. I will commune with her first, before I pass judgment.
Thank you. Then we're gonna take her back to the Adventurers Guild.
Alrighty. So Darius. Oh, go ahead, Rob.
As we leave though, like since this is a chapel of Io, give us a small offering, as a thanks for the Wood Elven thing or Wood Elf City thing. Back then.
Sounds good.
So,
Rub-a-dub-dub,
I know
thanks for the rub.
Iolos technically was like thank you as well, but it's more personal there, I suppose.
So you see that the torches that light the statue of Io kind of burn a little brighter after you've put your offering down.
Yeah. Then we can go to the Adventurers Guild.
Alrighty.
Yep.
So Darius follows you to the Adventurers Guild, and when you arrive, you see Tulio look up as the door opens, and you just see him bite down on the straw and just tilt his hat down, putting his feet on the floor, and he changes his posture.
Right. Delana glances and just says openly, excuse me, bartender, could we get some privacy, please?
See the owner of the Adventurers Guild turn around. Privacy? Right. He sees Darius and just kind of nods and collects his things. He escorts the goblins into the back, and you can all hear like a back door open somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You see like a goblin wave at you, Gildas. What, Chief? Going on, break?
Being dragged as he is. We're going on break.
They're basically being dragged by their scruffs of their shirts, yeah.
And but basically the only person there is now Ophelia.
Ophelia and Tulio, yeah, and the
Yeah.
party.
All right, and Delon's gonna then gently approach. Basically, yeah. Gonna gently approach Ophelia. Your ladyship, there is someone to see you.
Yes. Darius stays standing, but he keeps a hand upon the hilt of his blade.
Mm-hmm.
Please remove all of the bindings. Ophelia gives a brief look, both in Tulio's direction, before also in yours and Gildas's direction, Belon,
Mm-hmm.
before slowly doing so.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Delon
not a mere leprosy, is it? You decay, yes, but it is not caused by mummy rot or anything similar. Ophelia finishes and puts her hands on the table, kind of putting them over herself, kind of clasping her hands together, and just shakes her head. It is more closer to mummy rot than it is not, my lord. But it is a sense of undeath. Yet you can walk within the lens so close to the wall. Clearly something is guiding you. If something is guiding me, then I consider myself quite blessed. You see Darius almost instinctually narrow his eyes, almost like he's about to grit his teeth, but keeps his composure.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, who are you? I am Ophelia Nightfield. And do you know who that is? It has come to my attention that I was somebody of quite importance back in the olden times. To your people, I would be akin to a saint. Did you understand the terrible consequences of your current condition? Obviously, my lord. I would not think otherwise. My own existence is one that has caused me great turmoil and massive conflict, mostly of the spiritual and moral kind. There are times that I have wondered to myself whether I deserve to walk with such wonderful companions, whether I deserve to walk within the light of the Lords again. And do you think you deserve to? Perhaps if there is a purpose yet unfulfilled for me. A duty, then. Yes, a duty. One that I feel that I have been called for. A duty yet unfinished. Show me your scythe as well as your brooch. Ophelia nods and reaches under the table to place the scythe on the table. Might I request that you speak to me, if I prove worthy to hear it? I don't know what makes you think you ain't worthy to hear me. I'm just a humble harvester tool. Darius' eyes widen to like almost a comical degree.
The real thing.
Might I see the brooch? Of course. Though I warn you, it does not seem to enjoy being touched by those who it does not deem appropriate. Darius nods and actually does go to touch it. He receives a rather palpable explosion of magic that seems to singe his hand. He simply wipes it off with a cloth. It is a divine artifact, and it did reject me. Yet, you have two, and they allow you to hold them. Along with your cursed existence, your delicate mannerisms as well. I will allow you to walk this earth a little longer. But know that I will expect reports monthly, Dalon.
Yes, sir.
And if something happens to her, inform myself immediately.
Of course, sir.
And I will find a way to delicately communicate this to his regency. Only the higher brass must know.
So you believe?
To be quite frank, no. But there is a certain amount of evidence that I cannot deny.
I understand. I did not want to believe at first, but recently, our trip to Nebulum has convinced me that I believe to a saddening degree that she is the genuine article. After all, I don't believe the tender of Fields of Men would be so keen to be in her presence if she wasn't.
Oh, Lady Ophelia is a right treat.
I mean, I've been there, but that was like the linchpin. I was already there.
Darius nods slowly. I also wish to inform you earlier that you have invitations to the ball should you wish to attend.
Yes, sir. I
I'm
think we would all
afraid
be
that
honored.
She cannot attend, for she could not step within the walls. It is quite alright. Balls of haughty nobility are never really been my style. So much strutting about, and such wordplay. They should speak candidly and as they mean. Aye. That they should. If you all would like to attend the ball, you are invited. Simply mention your names at the castle gates. At the end of the week, mention that you have been invited by Sir Darius Wolfdom. You will be allowed entrance. Please understand that the dress code is to be well dressed and very official. However, you are allowed some liberty, so that you might attend as in a dress that substantially suits yourself.
Yes, sir.
This rule
Thank you.
was put in place many years ago, due to an insistence that certain individuals would not attend unless they were allowed to attend properly dressed. He briefly looks in like your direction, Gildas, before looking back. Outside of that, would you like to meet the Regent briefly now, Delon?
Please. The letter has been heavy for some time, and I'd be happy to be relieved of it.
Good. I must bid you good morrow, madam. You are free to leave my presence, my lord. Darius instinctually just kind of inclines his head before catching himself and turning to leave.
Lon glances to Ophelia and he gives like a thumbs up.
You just see her give you a faint smile in return before slowly beginning to wrap herself up again. You can
We did it,
see
boys.
in the corner, you can see that Tulio had a dagger ready, and he was poised, ready to jump at a moment's notice, just like on a hair trigger, essentially.
Exactly. That's why I didn't tell him to leave.
As
Oh.
Darius leaves first, Tulio briefly comes over to you, pats you on the shoulder, and whispers, "I'm gonna move shop, alright, Chief? Take Ophelia with me.
Lon nods. Please do.
This place has been compromised."
Agreed. Stay safe.
Tulio nods and goes back to his seat. Darius waits for you to arrive, gives you a nod, Delon, a nod to Gildos, a nod to you as well, Bub. Seems that you've all been up to quite a lot in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
We have many adventures since we last met. Lon kind of prattles his hand for a bit, and then he has a bit of like a sheepish smile, and he says to Darius, "So, what do you think?"
I think when I said I am not entirely convinced, but there is evidence notwithstanding that I cannot deny. I am, as some of the members in the barracks say, on the fence.
Delon nods. It's not just that, sir. It's what I mean to say is there's like a bit of giddiness as he says, "It's a real hero."
Perhaps. I would like to believe that it is, but I will not allow my exuberance to pass my feelings.
You are excited, yeah? And Delon just like can't hide it. But you are excited, yes?
Nonsense.
Said, it's a real hero, and we spent all the time in the halls of heroes. Is it kept me scrub that place? Is it placed dozens of times? I never minded once because of all the glory, and now we see one. It's a real hero.
I will have you scrub the Hall of Heroes 1,000 more times if you do not keep yourself presentable.
Yes, sir.
But yes, I will relent if she is as she says she is. Then it is a great honor to consider yourself amongst her company. And if, only if she is as she says she is, then
Then
I
you'll have to
am
give
mildly envious. Only
mildly. Only mildly.
Indeed.
Aren't you the one who said to me many occasions how honored you would have been to be in one of those first combatants in the first age?
Yes, I said this, and yes, it has been recorded on multiple occasions.
Delon narrows his eyes for a bit, with a still smile. So, if she is the real deal, and we can prove it emphatically with all any sense of doubt, and he just kind of narrows his gaze, you know that means you'll have to give her proper courtesy next time.
Indeed. And of course, if she is as you say she is, then I would also humbly request an audience, so that I might ask her some historical questions that I would very much like to know.
Well, if she is who she says he is, I'm sure she'd be happy to do so.
Now then, if you are interested in another adventure, perhaps at some point you would be willing to check something for me, Delon.
Delon glances, raising an eyebrow. Oh?
No doubt that you have had it on your mind's eye that you do believe that you need permission to enter into a certain location.
I might have considered this, yes.
After the ball, if you wish to take your guest someplace, then consider it allowed.
That is extremely charitable of you, and I thank you. You'll be sure that Templars who might arrive at such a destination are aware of this, of course.
Of course. You will, of course, give me a report afterwards, so that I might know the transpirings that have happened within.
Of course. Who do you think has been running everything beforehand?
Good.
I am still in training, after all.
Indeed. Then, without further ado, let us make haste to the Regency. We have
Yes,
taken
sir.
a bit of a detour already, and I am sure that he is not appreciating my tardiness.
Yes, sir.
Darius turns and begins leading you away, and Delon, you can tell that Darius has like a certain, kind of like a weird little energy in his steps.
Mm-hmm.
And you only notice that as you're pretty familiar with him. It's one of his few tells that he's containing himself excitedly.
That's why Delon could get away with being a little bit cheeky there.
Mm-hmm.
Would have immediately shut him down if it wasn't for that.
Yup. Alright.
Like, I like you, kid. Only because of that, you get to be a bit cheeky.
So you make your way up into King's Landing and
Yeah.
into the Royal Chamber. Gilnos, you're coming as well, I imagine? Or no? Party
Wait,
can
go ahead.
come, essentially. You're all part of Delon's group.
I
Okay.
mean, it's like, do I have a reason to come besides like just listening?
That's fair. It's up to you, man.
It's like, yeah. Why do you want to see him again?
I have to deliver the
Just-
letter.
Has a letter
Yeah,
from
that's
Prince
about it.
Faerundir to give, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can't be there to put forward my idea, but
Yeah, go for it,
it's
man.
like
It's a
one
very
step.
brief
Yeah.
introduction. You'll get another chance to talk to him at the ball proper.
Yeah, there's that too. But
I mean,
know,
you
like,
have a
there's
meeting with the
some time to
regents.
think. So yeah, I may as well.
Yeah, like, it's basically it's like, I'm meeting with the regent of King's Landing. Why not?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Is it all of us or the entire party?
Basically you three.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Eleanor's jealous.
Eleanor will be a little surprised, but she'll be alright. Okay, everything's fine.
She's like, oh, my father was good friends with the old king beforehand. Lies.
They were acquaintances at best. Political acquaintances. You know?
Yeah, and you're like, sure, Eleanor. I'm sure he tells you that all the time.
I know,
Rise of
It is
King's
what it
dead
is.
now.
true. But alright, as you make your way into the royal chamber, Darius pauses for a moment, gives you a small hand gesture, steps
Mhm.
inside, and you see as a Templar gives you a nod, and then as the door begins to open, you hear introducing Delon Asilius Guillemay, the Guillemay family and his traveling companions, Gildas Armand and Bub, emissary of the Blue Dragon.
Hmm.
I should add a war chief before my name.
Yeah, you just gotta say that you're a war chief more often.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
Look at the ball. Spend your time.
It's true.
And with that, you are able to walk in to the royal chamber. You can
Mhm.
see that the High Wizard Iolio is not sitting upon the throne, but instead standing next to it with a hand on the arm of it, essentially.
Mhm.
He looks very much as his image. Very. Oop, my bad, wrong one. A very old man. He actually does have a pipe, but it's on his hip and not in his mouth at the moment. He has long white hair and a long white beard. He does have all the scrolls and all that. And upon each finger on his hand is a different colored ring that looks immaculate. The rings are also connected by chains that go up his arm. Like, sort of like a. It's a strange metal though. It looks kind of like. It looks almost black, but also white and sparkly. It just changes in the light. It's one of the most beautiful metals you've ever seen.
Mm.
Vanished mist. God damn it.
13. Gildas as a smith, and you understand that this fits the textbook description of orichalcum?
Yeah. Figured. Just wanted to make sure. Lol, just whispered. Damn it. This is Orichalcum.
Delon nods. Yes, Delon nods. I believe Delon already knows what the artifact is. The rings of whatever.
Rings of Lost Lauren.
That's the rings of Lost Lord. I always thought they were immaculate. I never thought I'd ever see them up close.
The High Wizard gives you a nod. Tell me. Darius informs me that you have something that must be delivered directly to me, something of importance.
Delon immediately gets ramrod straight and goes, yes, sir. And he approaches, goes on one knee, reaches into his bag of holding, and then reaches out the letter or whatever container this is, produces it, and has his head down. This is from you, from King Sylvanus of its people of Lunaria. Signed and represented alongside Prince Ferundir of the High Elves.
See the High Wizard step slowly up. He seems to walk slowly with a purposeful gait, but he is a picture of poise and regality as he walks as well. He takes the letter from you carefully and slowly and turns it over a few times before waving his hand in front of it, and you see that the seal does glow briefly. He seems to almost nod to himself as he slowly opens it. He begins to read the contents of it. He actually takes his pipe, puts it in his mouth, and it immediately almost lights up all on its own. And he begins just blowing large glowing smoke rings as he reads. I see. And you served as courier for this.
I was asked personally to do so. Yes, sir.
I see now why Darius recommended you for the ball. Consider it officially allowed as payment for your couriering of such an important document to me.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor.
So, I'll step forward. After this, say, Regent, may I add something to the letter?
Gildas Armand, honorary war chief amongst the land of monsters and of the Armand family of forge masters of Rinwood, very long way from home. Speak.
Indeed I am, but the content of the letter. I, as war chief of the land of monsters, have put myself forward and told the elves that I could act as a neutral ground between your country and theirs. should negotiation begin. So, I'm extending the same offer to you.
I see. We will consider it.
I nod, then take a step back.
His eyes fall upon you, Bub.
Mm-hmm.
And Bub, there is something about his presence and... As a kobold, you don't know why, but you do feel like you're looking at a dragon. But it's clearly a
What?
human.
He has that kind of aura. He is nicknamed the Dragon of King's Landing.
That's really strange. Is there some way to check if he's a dragon?
You
I can
could
just
make
imagine
like...
Bub going,
Can you
"Are you a
brief
dragon?"
You could make like an Arcana roll, maybe?
Yeah, so he looks at him suspiciously.
Ooh, nice roll, 24.
24.
I'll wait to see what I see, if I see anything first, though.
So, even if you have, say, Freya with you, he just has like a glamour to him, sort of a commanding presence that it's very hard to deny. It is almost like a draconic aura of authority, but it's not exactly that, but it's very similar.
Hello, Regent. I am Bub. You have an aura about you. It's so similar to the majesty of a dragon.
Yes, many have confused me for one, simply by my sheer presence. But I assure you I am no dragon. I am but a man.
Yeah, so he looks at him like eyes kind of sparkling. I'm trying to think if I have anything to say to him, honestly.
You just found out that you're also the druid of Asterium that been pointed out. Maybe you want to like point that out and say that's what you are now.
I haven't done the ritual. So, Bub says, the time will come soon when I become the druid of Asterium. I must return to do the ritual. But I've already gotten the okay from some of my elders.
You also mentioned the blight.
You
Oh,
haven't
yeah, the
told them
Blight Dragon.
about the blight?
We haven't told anyone about the blight.
But before that, there's something important we need to tell you about a blight that is about to come to the land of Canes. And I'll briefly just explain like my dream and such, and how we encountered this great blight where the drows were, and we learned a terrible secret that it was the Black Dragon.
Or at least it's a part of it.
We have been traveling all across the land of Canes in order to spread the news so that the nations of Canes will be prepared.
So even druids feel and are being called to by the land. So the land itself understands the severity of the threat before us.
That's right. I know that things are complicated, but I implore you to put resources into this. It is vital. Any quabblings we have between each other will not matter if the blight takes us. There'll be nothing left.
Indeed, you understand the big picture. You know many things for such a little kobold.
Bob knows
Yeah.
many things.
Yeah, so Bub says, nature called me. I've just been doing my job.
Then I wish you continued luck in your duty. And when you have finished your ritual, may King's Landing and the Druid of Asterium have pleasant relations in the future. Such relations will prove paramount in the safety and security of the land for generations to come.
Yeah, so Bub nods in understanding and says, do let the important nobles know.
I intend to. For all the nobles quarreling and squabbling must come to an end.
So Bub seems very impressed and says, thank you, Regent.
You are all quite welcome. Now then, is there anything else you wish to attend to me and my current audience? If not, then I will see you all again at the ball.
Talon nods, and he will slowly stand up. Yes, sir. Thank you for allowing me to deliver it.
Thank you for your studious delivery. You are all dismissed.
Yes, sir.
Have a pleasant evening.
You as well, sir. Is Roderick there as well?
He is. He's just been standing by the king's side, or the regent's side. He's in
Delon,
the
as
room, but
he's
he's been
passing,
silent.
Delon will, like, as they're walking by, he'll just give him a wave. He won't say anything, like,
Roderick actually gives you a small smile and a nod. Kind of one of respect.
Mhm.
But he does nothing else.
Mhm.
I think it was this important. So,
He's
yeah.
like just been traveling around.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I'm just a retired Templar. I was like,
Our Templar.
He is a
He li-
retired Templar, though context clues have heavily hinted that he used to be
Yeah.
pretty high up in the ranks.
Probably used to be where Darius was, and then he's just like, nah.
too old for this shit.
Yeah, it is really. Darius, you got this down, Pat.
I'm too old for that. Yeah, basically, yeah. That is more or less what he did, yeah. My king is dead, I'm too old for this shit, I retire.
I got 3 kids to take care of, you know.
I got 3 kids I've been neglecting for 30 years.
Yeehaw.
Time to
Yeehaw.
go be a dad for a little bit.
Yeah, I'll see them at the ball.
Alrighty.
Eventually.
It's literally, this was it.
Alrighty. So with that, party leaves the royal chamber. Templars give they give you a small, they seem to give you a little more look of respect, Delon. Surprised that you were able to attain an audience with the Regency. They don't give you any smack for it or anything like that.
Mhm.
You don't think that's gonna change too much yet, but it is.
No.
It feels like
start.
it's a small start, you know.
Small start. So we
And-
leave the audience. Delon's gonna clasp Guilt on the shoulder, and Bub as well. Look at us! Meeting the Regent, speaking to the Commander of Templar, seeing old friends, Sir Roderick. Not 6 months ago, it's like, not only a year ago, we were sitting outside the tavern in Asterium. It's like, barely with enough coin to pay our stay there. Now look at us.
I'll say, now we can make 300 gold in a day. It's amazing.
Indeed.
Also, Bob is getting the respect he deserves.
You have earned it, my friend. Especially your position. And I'd be more than happy when we get there. I would be honored if I could be in attendance to see you become the true Druid of Asterium. Once and
Of
for all.
course. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Excellent. Honestly, I can't wait to this bowl. You're gonna be absolutely dashing. I can sense it.
Okay, as long as I don't have to do manners. The worst class of all time.
You took a class on manners.
Bub tried because he knew it might help him. But he only had 2 days, and he failed miserably.
That shouldn't stop you any time. And if you ever need any help with manners, I'd be happy to keep teaching you.
Okay.
Besides, just look at the guests and do what they do.
I want you for an adventure. Nice.
Yes, it has been a year. Last year we were just repairing wheelbarrows for a few silver just to spend the night. Now, even after all of this, quite frankly, still feel like the beginning.
It has. The beginning of something even more grand.
That's
Now
right.
is it the Druid of Asterium, emissary of the Blue Dragon. The warrior chief of his own clan and a forge master, champion of Brigid. And I am a knight of King's Landing itself. It all started small, but now we're beginning our greater journey. The call for adventure.
Now to see where it leads us.
Well, to the bowl, currently. We have a few days till it, and I can't wait for it. Now that it's been official, we'll have to let everyone know the good news.
I hope you won't mind doing some little overnight dancing classes just in case.
Would I? I'd be honored to teach you more.
I mean, I'm confident in my basics, but still need a few technicalities,
And I'd be happy to help.
Thank you.
Let's see. Yeah, with that, I guess we can return to the inn real quick and let everyone know that it's official.
I say we skip straight to the beginning.
Yeah, I might as well just skip to the beginning of the ball at this point.
Because I mean, it's pretty much like, mindsets, like, just telling them, like, won't really change much.
True.
So, like,
We even have we'll have enough time for like the beginning of the ball, and that's about it.
yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's like, let's not spend, like, another 10 minutes just dilly-dallying.
Dilly dally no jutsu.
That's my favorite jutsu. Alrighty, so with that, we return to the tavern to break the news to the party. Yorm is excited. Snacks is confused why Yorm and everyone's excited, but he gets wrapped up into it. Eleanor nods. Mentioning her dress is already prepared. And everyone just spends the rest of their week preparing for the ball.
Doing classes, preparing for the bowl.
You do all your classes, spin some stuff, all that good jazz. Eventually collecting your attires as well. Near the end of the week, you find that the old Nan of Yorm's did a phenomenal job. It's perfectly tailored to what you wanted, perfectly resized. She somehow found either more cloth of the same or found a way to stretch the same cloth seamlessly. She also seems to have. She's a really good weaver because she basically just layered the mithril chainmail that you gave Gildas between some layers of cloth. So it's basically just not visible except by the shoulders, elbows, and knees. Maybe a little around the wrist. And some around the neck. But alrighty. Do you all want to wrap it up here and go to the ball next session? Or do you want to go a little bit into the ball?
let's do the beginning. Like, it's like, yeah, we'll do the sessions. Like, yeah, we'll get to the beginning. It's like, now you want to stop it just before it.
Dude,
Come out.
Damn.
well, okay, but let's not go too late. I mean, I have to
Yeah.
get up early tomorrow.
Sounds good. Alrighty. So then, everybody, you wake up at the morning of the ball. You know the ball is happening in the evening, so Eleanor just kind of gives you all a little nod and tells you that she'll basically be ready to go by evening, but she's gonna spend the rest of the day getting ready. Yorm just nods. Yep, that sounds about right.
Gotta take several hours to put on a dress.
Yorm will just basically say, with all them weird straps and pieces and all that, I feel like they're the only ones who couldn't put that on and somehow make putting on a piece of clothing so complicated. Snacks is wearing his, and notably he is keeps tugging at the frilly collar, but it's more seems to be in like a he seems uncomfortable being so dressed, but he's not. It's not out of irritation or legit discomfort, just more awkwardness with the dress because he's not familiar with it.
Snacks, you don't have to wear it until a little bit later.
But Snacks needs to get used to new armor so that he is comfortable when battle happens.
I see. Smart. Very clever then. You do look dashing, by the way.
Snacks is great at dashing.
Nice. Well, let's just look at your character sheet real quick. What's your movement speed?
Yeah.
It's 30 or something like that, you know.
Dash good. Yeah. Oh, we should give. I don't know where Philly is now, but hopefully she got her dress or whatever. We'll give it to her later.
Yeah, you can give it to her later.
Yeah,
Give her all the presents we have. We need to give her at the same time. It's like, hey, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday!
How did you know? Well,
that weirdly enough, the Frosty the Snowman thing does weirdly work for her.
It really does. See, happy birthday. That's both
Instead of
sad
being
and
brought
fun.
back by a magic hat, she's brought back by a magic book.
Well, yeah.
But alrighty. So, you all kind of get up to some minor stuff before the ball, and eventually Eleanor does step out. She's got a small little coat over herself to keep herself mostly warm, as well as keep herself, neat until she gets to the ball for the little trip upwards.
Happy birthday, Freddy. Happy birthday. Good job, Ed. But yeah.
Eleanor is choosing to go as her drow form, and she is chosen the white dress.
nice.
Notably, she has a white dress with a bit of a ruby red shawl, which covers her shoulders and arms and stuff like that.
Nice.
Now
That's
then, are you all ready?
I say it's preparation. I'm gonna borrow some of Yob's perfume. Because I know he has.
It's called cologne, Gildos. I put it in my beard. Scented beard oil. Dwarven trade secret.
Perfume is perfume, I don't want to shell out like 500 gold for that flask.
You just
for
come
one
up
night.
smelling like a dwarf. It's fine.
Well, I mean, they have a different base smell, so it smells different. So,
The one is, he'll come out. Wait, you're dressed up, right, Gildas?
well, of course.
Yeah, so like you got the coat on, you got all that.
coat on with the little silvery badge like pinned on it.
Yeah.
Then yeah, you can see the suit below it. Then from it's probably like one of the chest pockets. Like you can see the little handkerchief I commissioned tucked in there.
Nice.
That,
Oh,
yeah, it's
Delon.
just,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Gildas.
now that, yeah, the suit is as Marshall described. Oh, and also, yeah, I'm wearing the circlet
Mhm.
as well too.
Very nice.
Wear that circlet. I just always assume you have it on no matter what. even when
Yeah.
you're sleeping.
Yeah.
Me too, honestly. It is an attunement item, so it makes sense.
Yeah, it's like me and my amulet.
True, the amulet of poison resist.
I have my forehead does not exist anymore.
Amulets is
Spherical.
there. He just looks like Aragorn when he put on the crown. Cause he has got black hair now, so it works. King Aragorn. We got him over here.
Well, he was still known as Strider. But you were saying something, Marshall?
Oh yes. You specifically, Delon, when you were putting on your outfit, there was
Mhm.
something additional wrapped in some parchment that was given essentially for you as well with your garb when you retrieved it.
Okay. I open it up.
Inside you find that it is a baton / walking stick. One that you could put under your arm, or walk with, or twirl or gesture with if you wanted. It is made of beautiful oak with some minor silver on the both ends. You also find that when you twist the handle of it, it actually has a blade inside, a little rapier inside if you want it.
Huh. Didn't ask for anything like this, but it is of exquisite quality.
Can spark you with it.
Smack is for smacking your with.
Delon kind of chuckles a bit, and he puts it back inside and goes, "But I think it fits nicely. Thank you." Boromir.
Okay, time for Delon to die. I'm kidding.
That's fine. I mean,
Who's
what?
my Boromir?
Who's my Boromir?
Delon has to die so Gildas can step up to the plate as war chief.
It's like Delon figures out the plot, so Marshall has to kill him.
No,
Delon has to
no.
die so Gildas
But
can step
then,
up to
but
the
then
plate as war chief.
we'll have like Darlin's brother come in. This is like one of his brothers. Like, all right.
He gets to play as his elder or younger brother.
But yeah, I guess Delon will dress in it. I have a picture for it, but I can say that till next session.
That's fine. You could do either if you wanted.
You said you liked either the first image or the fourth, right?
Yeah, that seemed to fit Delon's aesthetic the most.
Between the two, what would you prefer? The purple or the blue, basically?
I liked the fourth one a little more, I think. The top one is, I think, a little too, like, ritzy, if that makes sense. Like, too haughty looking.
Fair enough. I could see there's definitely the fourth. Alright. Sure, okay, so Delon will, head downstairs. He'll have the cane or baton underneath his arm. And he will be along with everybody else. First thing he sees Gildas, and he says, like, "You look you look fantastic, old sport. Really good. She really did a wonderful job."
Oh, so do you. Hey,
Thank you.
how did she even like pick the right colors? I mean, she was blind, wasn't she?
I told you that she's a wizard with that stuff. Don't let her looks deceive you. Best in the business.
Let's see. I believe also Eleanor's here as well.
She is. Eleanor is giving you and Gildos like an appraising look, kind of a thing.
Mhm.
I'd say that you both look very dashing and
Mm.
a touch rugged. I think it fits you both very well.
Thank you.
Like I keep saying, this is a popular look. So
Mm.
of course. And you do look quite good as well. Glad you took my recommendation into account.
Oh yes, I considered both of your recommendations, and ultimately I decided that I thought this one looked the most, well, lovely, and I thought that combining it with a little red shawl that I could pick up in the market would look, well, even better. Combine the two preferences.
I think you look quite wonderful. I think we're all going to do. We're going to be what is the term? I think we'll all be perfect delights when we're at the ball.
Absolutely.
Now, is this your first time going to the ball of King's Landing?
As a participant, yes. I've witnessed the ball from a side room with some of the other children or peers, but were to later be introduced to the courts had been, of course, but I've never personally partook.
Then, for once, this may be one of the very few occasions where I can inform all of you what to do next. So let's get going. Bub, do you want to describe what you look like?
So remember my suit?
Yeah.
This time, it's an indigo blue suit with a little bit of a tail on the back, as well as a top hat, and I have my druid staff, and it has some what kind of gold was it? Um, but it has golden buttons and some nice little cufflinks, which is kind of strange since like his clawed hand comes out of it, but it's
Mhm.
still pretty cool, pretty intimidating.
And Delon will glance as he's looking back. A nice hat. Is it really? Is it good? And surprisingly, it sits you well.
Yeah.
Bub.
So Bub thinks about it and goes, yes, perhaps I will wear one always now.
Snacks
Right.
thinks that that would be impractical, but you do you, boss man.
You
Snacks
can
wants
hide a
hat.
lot of you can hide a lot of things in that kind of hat.
Come on now. The ball waits. So, all right. Do we want to end it there or at the very beginning of the ball?
I think we're gonna go to the very beginning of the ball.
Okay.
Just a
So
little bit further.
when we reach the bowl, we're all going to be in attendance, and they're probably going to see like a big line ready for it. I'm assuming.
So as you arrive, heading towards you get to the fourth layer again, and Eleanor, you're actually waved on in as they basically briefly look at you and nod, letting you in. You all feel as you were checked by divinity before you were allowed through, essentially, though.
Mhm.
Something checked you. And you were basically deemed not harmful in any way. As you make your way closer, you get to the gate for the fifth tier, where Eleanor mentioned that the highest, most distinguished noble lines live. There is a bit of a wait there. You can see some other people, but they're mostly, they seem to mostly be nobles that are in salesmen, the types of people who are hoping to go in to make deals and strike bargains and speak to nobility to make more transactional things, if that makes sense. You hear some hubbub, some people whispering amongst themselves that the Lord of Reynold is already there. The Lord Nebulum has yet to appear.
Sounds legit.
Yeah. Sounds part of the course.
Let's see. So as they're making the way, someone goes, "There we are. This is the last. This is my first time actually being through here. but I'd know what to do. So, we're all going to get in a straight line. There'll be a nice opening from here, and then we're going to meet a grand staircase where the pool's going to open up, where to be in 2 lines going forward. Then we'll be directed, and they'll request whether or not we take off our coats. We can agree or not. It's perfectly understandable if they don't, but they're there if you ever need to do so. And then from there should be 4 distinct places. There should be 1 hall for dancing, 1 hall for gathering and dining and talking, 1 for standing and talking, what have you, and then 1 for recreation. Basically for all 4 different occasions.
I recall seeing as such before, but I had only had an outsider's perspective. I'm a bit giddy, honestly.
Only reason I know any about this is, well, I was here very briefly once, and I was told such when my master was invited to one once, and he told me all about it, since proper protocols made me sure that when I was invited, he was very clear, and when, not an if, that I know the ins and outs of it, should I do so.
I recall you mentioning something akin to that briefly.
Yes, well, as a knight, he expected, that if you do well enough, you'll eventually get invited to one, and that you should know it. As he used to say, as a knight should be good on his feet on and off the battlefield, and should have decorum on and off duty. So, naturally, he expected eventually to be there. He was invited to almost every single one. And he always arrived to one, so...
As the line keeps moving, you eventually hear someone's voice from your right. And it seems you have been doing very well for yourself for the meantime, for you to have arrived as an invitational to said ball. How goes the expedition?
Oh my god, is that the King of Asterium?
It is.
You son of a bitch! Delon immediately looks, oh, Your Excellency.
He gives you a nod and incline of his head. Well met.
Yes, of course, well met. Yes, our expedition has been going rather swimmingly, actually. I'm sure Lady Eleanor has given you the details.
Yes, she writes to me monthly. I must say, I was not expecting to witness you at such an occasion, but no doubt your ambition has taken you quite far. Seems I have invested properly.
Thank you.
Man. Should have expected something like that eventually.
Expectations must always be tempered for reality. He pauses for a moment, tilts his head. His eyes have a realization. I did not recognize you with the black hair. I was about to ask to whom am I speaking? You've grown a few inches since we last seen each other, haven't you? He says, looking in your direction briefly, Bub.
Bub's like a lot of things now.
Yeah.
Bub, you want to be a fanciful douche? Should be like, I'm all these titles now, Bub.
I'm definitely tempted.
Do it.
Do it.
Hello.
You have 2 do-its.
I am Bub, Lord of Kobolds, emissary to the Blue Dragon. And soon, I will be the Druid of Asterium, protector of nature. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Well, then it is a pleasure to remake your acquaintance, as you seem to have acquired multiple new titles since our last interaction. Seems that all of your ambitions have taken you quite far. This is quite good.
Oh, let me be remiss. Here is another one of our compatriots. This is Lord Mountainborn of the Mountainborns from Gloucester, Ranger and expertise with the blunderbuss.
Yes, the Mountainborns. Tell me, how go your attempts to reopen the mines? Rather poorly, my lord. What? That hasn't stopped us before, and it won't stop us now. we have a new idea on how to potentially clear up such a terrible blockage. Truly. Perhaps you can be willing to enlighten me on the new intentioned ideas sometime later this evening. Perhaps. You know that we dwarves don't like sharing our secrets with you lot. No, I would imagine not. Most of my lot can't keep their mouths shut.
And then Delon pats Snacks on the head. And this is young Snacks. Expert hunter, tracker, and noble friend.
Hello.
Hello. Snacks, what a peculiar name.
It is not Snacks' chosen name, but it is Snacks has.
I see.
He came all the way from Nebulum up to Asterium, traveled all the way to the Savage Lands, and is now in our company.
You are quite the tenacious little creature then, are you not?
Snacks has been told that many times. Snacks has been asked, why won't you die? Snacks doesn't want to die, so he just chose not to.
I see. Tenacious indeed.
Tulio and Ophelia aren't with us, so I think
No.
that's the whole group.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah?
Eleanor nods, bowing briefly. It's good to meet you again, my lord. I take it that you are doing well? Asterium is doing very well, thank you. Your expedition has also proven very insightful, and it's good to hear the goings-on of the other countries from a more unbiased person than one I could send from my personal entourage. I am glad that my reports have been serviceable, my lord. More than serviceable. But your humbleness is pleasant. But I'm afraid that I must head back inside. I was simply here to observe the guests and clients to see what sort of riffraff Yulio had hired. Seems he hired riffraff of the most ambitious kind. He gives you all a knowing look and turns around. You can see that he does actually have Exilus on his hip as he walks in.
As well he should. Delon nods to himself and says almost aloud. And it's almost as if he hasn't changed one bit. Interesting. Well, with that aside, let's head inside. I can show you where the alcohol is, Yorm, and I can show you the dance halls and where some of the layouts are. Grammar.
Sounds good. Alright, lead me to the dinner table. Dwarf can't rightly get to having a good time until he's had something to put in his belly.
Which one? You said you have 3.
That's for the dwarf to know, and the kobold to find out later.
Snacks wants to know it now, though.
It's dwarven engineering.
It's not dragon, so not very good.
I'm not gonna start with this tonight, Snacks.
You
Drink a
still
few
never
bef-
told me what's the difference.
Drink a few before you do that.
Precisely.
Indeed.
I need to be at least 3 drinks in before I have this conversation, Snacks.
Right.
Okay.
I'm sure you have
Should
plenty
Snacks
of
have 3 too?
dwarves to back you up as well.
Snacks have 3 too.
Snacks would prefer not to have any. It impairs senses. Must be sharp for battle. This is going to be fight, yes?
A kind. Trust me. If I give the word, you'll know. Until then, enjoy yourself, alright?
Snacks will be on Razor's Edge.
Then right where you need to be.
With that, you
Oh.
make your way. Oh, yes, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say. Oh, and if anyone gives you an open drink, please consult someone before drinking it.
Okay. Snacks will just put it on table and walk away.
Thank you.
Or you could always just walk around with it in your hand. That's the polite thing to do. And when one of those savers comes by with a silvered platter, you just put it on top of that. You see?
Snacks is too short to reach Silver Plateau without jumping.
They'll come down to your level, don't worry.
Snacks would prefer to go to their level.
And the banter continued.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, so with that, you make your way past the 4th level into the 5th. As you're staring up at the gates of the castle itself, it looks like kind of like Buckingham Palace, but if Buckingham Palace was super defensible. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You wait in line a little longer. Eventually, a Templar comes over with like a clipboard, gestures to you all. Who invited you, and names?
We were invited by Commander Commander Wolfwood and Regent Ilioyo. I am Sir Delon Osilis Guillemay. This is Lady Eleanor, Sir Gildus Armand, Lord Mountainborn, Sir Bub, and Squire Snacks.
Right this way. If you wish, one of them will take your coats. You can collect them after the evening. Please have a good time, and once more, welcome to the ball.
Thank you. Delon leans over to Eleanor. I told you.
Indeed. With that, you make your way past the 5th layer up into the over the drawbridge of the castle itself. So you head into the front area. Change the map.
Yeah, huzzah.
As well as change the music. As you step in, you find that there are quite a lot of people here. Most of them are dancing or talking. Some are laughing or chittering about. You can also see that, Dawn, you can see that Lady Margaret is here. You all can also see that Lord Guybolg is standing. He has a man with fiery glowing eyes and a kind of a purplish skin tone standing next to him. He seems to be resolute, keeping his eyes on all who walk in. Notably, he gives a fierce nod in the party's direction. He also has multiple runes and sigils upon his coat. He doesn't seem dressed for a ball as much as for a battlefield. You can also as you're stepping in, you can just hear the music playing, you can smell the food. It's a very jovial, pleasant aura. There's no tension, no anxieties, almost anywhere. It's just a pleasant atmosphere. You can also see that Harkin is chuckling with a noble lady who is clearly flirting with him.
You old dog.
As you're also looking in, you briefly see, as you're standing in to the entryway, as you're taking in the sights and sounds, you hear an announcement. And introducing the final lord, Lord Vasterian of Nebulum. Behind you, you see someone stepping in, a crest cutter on his shoulder, undrawn, walking in with his head held high, and a bit of a smirk on his lips. He is flanked by what can only be described as a vagabond in nice clothes, and a very well done up tiefling, and one final entourage you recognize as Lord Frederic.
One just says fashionably late.
You see him briefly look in direction and smirk, but he walks past you. Eleanor actually shivers a little.
First time I've seen the man in person.
Indeed.
The thuggish-looking man walks by you, gives a tip of his battered old hat to you. Evening.
Well,
Continues
Matt,
on his way. Lord Frederick gives a bow. Ah, Delon and friends. How wonderful to make your acquaintance.
Reek.
It's
We meet
been
once
so
again.
long. Do not
Few
take
months.
Lord Vastirian of Noblem's kindness as rudeness. He was simply sending his regards.
Thank thee. You as well. I hope you have a good time.
I intend to. If you wish to speak to me more, simply approach me, and I will have more than... I have 2 ears, and I can talk at 2 people at the same time. Enjoy yourself. Lastly, a woman pauses. She is done up in a very traditional Nebelese garb. She looks like a naval captain of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. So, I'm just gonna raise my eyebrow and like give it once over, but say nothing.
The one also looks over. Based on it, can I tell she has good form?
The way she walks is as if somebody who is either one of the greatest dancers you've ever seen, or one of the best swordsmen in the land.
Yeah, just from a glance, he could be like, that moniker of what his master said is true. As a kid, one is good, must be good on their feet on and off the battlefield.
She pauses to give you all an appraising look. Kind of does a twirl of her hand while bowing very low. Ah, pleasant to make all of your acquaintances.
The one bows as well. Well met.
Very well met. I have not had the pleasantries of meeting a white dragonborn outside of Darius himself in quite some time. It's very enjoyable to see your radiant splendor. But avast, I must take a few steps back, for it is quite blinding, no?
If you may. I've also not had the pleasure of meeting a tiefling of your kind.
Indeed, I have spent a bit too many times out in the sun, I'm afraid. Bleached me skin.
Of course. Please, we do not wish to disturb you.
No, just none disturbance. Simply pleasant company. Enjoy yourselves.
You as well.
But what are my manners? Belladonna Felrind.
One blinks at that. Felrin. They like say it at the same time. Felrin.
Yes. Head of the Felrind family.
The one glances to kill this.
Then the lady considered me interested, so now's not the time.
No. That comes much later in the evening, when the stars have fully risen and the moon is behind the clouds. If you're interested in that sort of thing, you'll have to work quite hard. I have very particular tastes. She shoots you a wink with her one eye.
It's just a blink, but it's like, oh, we'll see about that. So. Not as the people there here for that.
It's quite good to be goal-oriented. That she turns, puts her hand upon the hilt that is at her hip, and practically sachets away. She exudes confidence.
Where was that damn Tinkin? Where's he hiding?
The tin can. As you're looking around, you find that just in a room over, you can basically just see him. He's standing very publicly visible in the middle of a room, essentially. He actually has his blade planted in the ground, and he's got both his hands atop it, and he's just looking around the room, standing just with authority. Flanked on his left is Arun, who has his hand upon the hilt of his blade. He's also garbed in battle armor, and on his other side, you just see Lady Amaranthine, who, instead of being there and combative, she has notably a plate with a cake on it and a fork.
Right. So, to see that, I'll say, well, Talon. Yeah, did we do the waiting in two lines yet?
You essentially have, yeah. You've been let
Right.
into the main building.
Right, so, Talon, are there any more formalities? Can we start it?
Delon glances around, double checking, and he goes, "No, for all intents and purposes, you're free to your will. There will be a call and a chant in about an hour or two, perhaps for additional dinner or certain alerts, but other than that, you're free to enjoy yourself until late into the night."
Okay, Snacks is gonna go get a bite to eat. Snacks hungry. He hasn't eaten all day.
He just like
then it
sprints
should-
off in that direction.
It should be in that direction.
You just see Snack sniffing the air as he runs towards the food.
Well, please certainly followed his nose. I think you have your answer, Yorm.
I'm gonna get a bite to eat over there, and I'm gonna carry it over into another room. There's an old chap I haven't spoken to in a few years. I feel like it's proper to make my introduction again.
Sounds good.
See Yorm walk over in that direction, he goes to the buffet table, starts stacking meat up, lots of meat, and then he carries the plate with meat over into the other room. And you all hear, "Albert, you son of a gun! Yorm, you bastard!" You then also hear, 2 punches, followed by laughing.
That sounds about right.
0 to 100. Well, as for myself, if you ever need me, I'll be over there, in that room. And there's a point to, well, down there, you can probably follow with the finger that's not pointing toward the room. It's pointing toward the person.
Delon actually kind of blinks for a second. He's like, "You just arrived. Are you sure you want to ruffle those kind of feathers?"
Yes.
No hesitation. Yes.
Delon actually laughs at that. Alright. He's like, "I thought so. Good luck." And he gently taps his shoulder.
Then when I'm done, now will be the time I can have fun. So perhaps I'll come back to the dance floor.
Indeed. I
Till
wish you the
then.
best of luck then.
Bam.
Yep.
So briefly after that, Delon, you see Harkin coming over with the woman practically giggling at everything Harkin says before he gestures in your direction. And this here is Delon.
Oh lord.
Delon's one of the most up-and-coming, magnificent scholars in the land. Delon, why don't you talk to the young lady for a bit? He just nods and begins to walk away.
Like, you see like Delon like eyes narrow. You little shit. Yes, miss. It's like, yes, miss. I have been studying some certain things.
I see. I do find that such distinguished men such as you and Harkin, of such noble bearing and birth, are so fabulously rugged.
Is that so? Well, I'm honored to hear that. It does bring me great joy to know that our studious methods have acquired such interest taste in yourself.
Oh yes, I have very particular tastes, and I find that a great mind along with such a skilled man is so wonderful in these times, don't you?
I can
Eleanor
feel
just slowly walks over. Oh, Delon, I believe that there was somebody who wanted to speak to you.
Oh. Yes. I'm begging your pardons, but we just arrived, and I do have other business to attend to. But I do appreciate your time, miss. Perhaps we can speak later.
Oh, that would be lovely. Where did Harkin run off to? He is so mysterious. She just starts looking in his general direction, wondering where he ran off to. Yeah. Honestly, I didn't think that they would be that desperate for looking for a marriage contract.
Well, you'd be surprised. They are considered quite the catch in many areas, and losing one is seen as a great dishonor.
Even still.
Even still, thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Now, where are you going to go?
I am going to mingle with Lord Guybulk and his sentinel for a little while. Then I think I'll make the rounds. There's some business that I wish to speak to him more personally on. Seeing if I can get us a little more income.
Appreciate it. And, of course, before the night's over, a dance, yes?
Oh, absolutely. You and Gildos owe me one dance each, at least.
We do. Don't forget Yorm.
We do.
And Bob.
Suppose, yes, I must dance with Yorm as well. How would I dance with Bob?
He has extensive
Get the
close-up.
claws, bitch.
And of course, we can't forget young Snacks, of course. I'm sure he'd be delighted to dance with you.
I'm not entirely sure how, but I suppose I'll manage.
Delon at that, you can just see Delon with like a big grin as he's just been saying this. It's very clear he's just having fun.
Well, basically, you just put Snacks on Bob's shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
You just put them on each other's
Yeah,
shoulders.
Actually,
give them a
Delon
trench
actually will
coat.
say this. If it makes you
Then-
feel uncomfortable, I'm sure with Snacks' balancing ability, they can stand on top of one another. It'd be quite the sight.
That would make it a little easier, but I wonder if they could keep their balance while doing the necessary twirls and the like.
We'll never know if we don't try. No, go ahead. Have a good time. And if you ever need anything, anyone, let the others know that they can feel free to talk to me.
I will.
Well, I will see you. I'll do a bit of my rounds myself, see what's going on. And then Delon will kind of turn to Bub. What say you, Bub? Who do you want to speak to?
So I'm just gonna look around. I look at the obvious looking dragon person and I go, that person. Ooh, and his hat is nice.
You know what? That's legit.
We'll compare hats.
We will. He has a top hat too.
But yeah, it's 8:20. I need to start turning in.
Yep.
That's fine.
I was basically wanting to introduce you all to the ball so that when we got
Cool.
in, we could just go straight into it next time.
Okay.
So alrighty. So the party has arrived at the King's Landing Ball, where they are able to rub shoulders with the elite of the country. What will happen next time, as some of the party members are here to ruffle feathers before they rub shoulders? We'll find out next time. The Kingless Chronicle. Thank you all for tuning in, and hope you have a good one. Bye-bye.